Alright, I'm back. I think, hopefully. Boom. There you go. New poll and everything. We're ready to go. I hate it when my stream crashes. I don't like getting out at all. Hate it when my stream crashes. I don't like getting out at all. I don't know what's going on with my internet today. Internet's been all wonky. I might have to reduce my streaming quality. I don't know if it really matters, to be perfectly honest, though. I feel like usually when this happens, it's outside my you know, like, ability to fix it. Got an ethereal impaler. It's an interesting find. Let me put those two next to each other. Could make an interesting merc weapon later on. I got Kelpie Chenier, another Kelpie Chenier. So this is a 171, that's a 170. Okay, so this one is 1 damage better. I'm basically just upgrading my weapons and stuff, like in my stashes. It's kind of like the thing. Alright, we still need to do sapphires, rubies. Let's get all this crap out of my inventory so I don't gotta deal with it no more. You're talking about the Arm of King Leoric. One of the most classic and iconic characters of the Diablo franchise. I'm not exactly sure, like, what you're doing with the whole York thing. I mean, he's not a York peppermint patty. He's not gonna, like, take you to a new, like, taste sensation. York peppermint patty. Yeah, for future reference, King Leoric is, you know, like an iconic character within the series. Don't be messing up King Leoric's name. That's just disrespectful. That's just disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. 10,000 craft stream? I don't know. We could start crafting stuff. I'm still trying to get my SoJ. I'm just shoving some crap on some mules. That's all I'm doing right now. I like to hang on to stuff as I'm playing, so, you know. Arm of King Leoric is a exceptional wand, which means it drops just about everywhere, to be perfectly honest. There's not really like a predetermined place, I think, to really farm that specific item. I mean, it's really just keep farming the usual suspects until you get it. Diamonds and sapphires left, okay. Diamonds, sapphires, everywhere we wanna go with diamonds and sapphires, so we need a couple more of them, so we can make a couple of the gems and get a couple of the diamonds and the sapphires. Gonna take them all down to the lap pies. We got some rubies and diamonds left. Do I play season or NA? I played every single season up until like this most recent one. I haven't missed a single season. Sometimes I feel like people don't even do like the barest level of research. Let me show you, my friends. Let me show you. Look at this. See this button that says live? Look at all these live streams. Look at the crazy number of live streams that I have. Look. Look at them. Look at them. It's infinite. Infinite. So many live streams. Almost an infinite number of live streams, season after season, game after game, almost as if Ginger is crazy. Deep within his soul, he knows that no man can ever really have so many live streams, but he does. Hundreds upon hundreds of live streams. So many that scrolling back takes many scrolls and many minutes, to the point of oblivion. All the way back to my first live stream 4 years ago. Bow, 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 bow. Aren't we diamonds? Diamonds. Yes, I have Minecraft streams. I have a whole Minecraft playlist. Nobody ever watched any of them, though. Nobody ever cared about my Minecraft. Nobody ever cared about my craft. I made lots of cool buildings in them. Nobody ever cared about my mines. PoE 2 is the greatest game of all time. That's a pretty big stretch for a game that isn't even out yet. Sounds like somebody's counting their chickens before they hatch. That's what that sounds like. Doing some of that legendary chicken counting. Counting all my chickens before they hatch. Counting all my chickens on the thatch. 4 years. 4 years. Four years ago. How do you store all those 1,000 hours of streams and videos? On YouTube. YouTube keeps them all. They're all VODs on YouTube. I've deleted most of them off my computer. I used to want to keep them. It would take infinite space. I don't have infinite space. Wish I had infinite space. That'd be great. Infinite space, you see. Infinite space for me. Infinite space away. Infinite space today. Rockstopper select. Got my salad bowl. 81, 77, 42. This is like objectionably worse. We got a Rockstopper. We also have an ethereal Rockstopper. Two very good finds. $59, $59. They are identical. They are identical. Okay, well I don't need... I actually might want to, now that I think about it. I might actually want to. Be fun for like a Mace Barbarian playthrough. Let's find the gloves real quick. We got some gloves that throw in there too. And boots. We got boots too. Boots, 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 booty, 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 boots, 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 booty, 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 boots. Got an ethereal venom ward. It's an interesting find. Saigon said, where are you? Saigon said, take a poo. Saigon said, don't see you. You need gloves. That's okay, we got the... You need gloves for me. Mage Fist and all the free frost burns M2. Got a number 2. We got a these are 20s. These are only 13s and 11s. Screw them. Mage Fists. Is that another pair of Mage Fists? 23s and 25s. We might want 2 pairs of Mage Fists. We'll find plenty of Frosties. Not worried about it. We got another pair of blood. 16 and 18. We keep the 18s. Gems for crafting later and other things. Trying to just like empty out my character here, get everything ready for some serious farming. OCD with my doojanks. Oh, yes, yes, so we. Yeah. I'm trying to be OCD, but they're making it hard on me. I don't know how Christmas music snuck in here, but I feel like this is Christmas music. They snuck some Christmas music inside my chip tunes. They snuck some Christmas music inside my chip tunes. Need to go to unique belts. Dumping all this stuff off on people in Rust. I need some stuff, you see. Dump it off on me. Orphan's Call, is that one? Wistons? Wistons goes there, right? Playing Candy Crush with the gems. Sounds good to me. Oh, I already have a Wistons. 175, 175, they're identical. I might want to upgrade one though, so it'll be alright. Alright, where's the unique belts? Belts, 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 belts. Where's my unique freaking belts? Belts, 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 belts. We need lots of unique belts, 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 belts. I need some unique belts, 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 belts. Thank you, GGM, for bringing some chuckling to a few hard few weeks at work. I can't hear you over this music. Oh man, that's good. That's some good potion. Man, there ain't nothing like ice cold. It's just ice cold drink. Like so cold, like it like balms your soul cold. Mm. Oh man, that's good. Arcana Sign, Mahim Oak, Curio, Cleglaws, Pincers, Tancred's Weird. Bunch of crazy items in here. Ume's Lament. Infernal Sign, IK Helmet, Tancred's Helmet, Saigons. I think I'm going to keep the regular gold wrap out. I'm probably going to want to use that for magic finding purposes and stuff. String of Ears is going to stay out too, because I'm pretty sure there's some characters that can use that. I think I just found that the other day. Some of these are crafting items. Okay, so we need unique shields and a bunch of sets. Why am I calling Tancred weird? Well, he is weird, so, I mean, there's that. Let's be perfectly honest, my friend, it's a fee. We are gonna call him weird, everything he gone. He is the weirdest one, I don't know what to say. He is the weirdest one, hon. Oh, come on down and we'll get everything that he wants, cause he's weird and he got all the stuff that is weird, and he's using that weird weapon that nobody wants. The one he calls a crowbill, but it's not. It's a stupid military pick, my friend, and he didn't even get the exceptional one. He picked a bunch of weird ass junk, and he doesn't even know what's in his trunk. We got like several sets of Saigons in here. Okay. So what do we got? We got 3 shields. Let's put them together as if they're actually sets. So we've got 3 shields. We've got 2 belts. We've got 2 helmets. We've got 2 boots. We only have 1 armor. So my original goal was to like have 3 sets, like full of like 1 normal, 1 upgraded, and then 1 like double upgraded. So putting together 3 full sets was my plan, and then have like 1 stay the same, you know, base level, 1 upgraded to tier 2 and 1 upgraded to tier 3, just for lulz. Oh, actually needed Arcanist. Okay, so there's the amulet. We got the full set now. Nice. Alright. We got 2 pieces of Tancreds that need to find their way to the Tancred set. The Saigon Dynasty. I do have an Infernal piece. I have 2 Tancreds pieces though. Let's do that one first. All the way at the bottom. Apparently, I do not have the boots. So I'm missing the boots. Interesting. I'm missing the stupid boots. I don't have the boots, but I got the toots. Oh, I got the toots. Toot, toot, toot. I got the tooty toots. I know y'all's jealous of the toots. I got the toots. I got like 3 belts in here. That's hilarious. One's got the highest defense. They all have the same defense. What the hell is this? I don't need 3 sets of Infernals. Alright, Vidalas. Yeah, I guess I haven't found the hobnails yet. think that's the last Cleglaws piece I need. Yep. I don't need to pick up Cleglaws anymore. Done. Cleglaws finished. I never have to pick up another stupid Cleglaws piece as long as I am a-running, 'cause I got every single one times 3, and you don't want to look at me. I don't have a Blood Crescent already in here? No, but I got 3 Hex Fires, though. Okay. That makes no sense. I feel like with this music, we need to go back to, like, classic graphics. All right. We got a salamander. We got a scallymander. A scallywagmander. I got new stats.
Good day.
What am I doing with my stat points? HP, probably, right? Teleport, dang you. Can I have a SoJ, please? I think I have a full Millibreakers already. I don't need another one of those. A 4-socket crystal sword. Keep us from having to go find one later. I guess we can hang on to that. Bow, bow, bow. Ooh, a jewel. Another jewel.
I can't carry anymore.
Anyone excited for PoE 2? What are we, peasants? Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not excited like you guys are. Like, I wasn't really a big fan of PoE 1, so my hopes are low. I'll probably fare better than you guys who have your hopes really high. After all, what's the worst thing that you can do to somebody? You guys know that what the worst thing is that you can do to somebody? The worst thing that you can do to somebody is not live up to their expectations of you. That is the worst thing you can do. Doesn't seem like it, but it is. Because when you have high expectations of somebody and they don't live up to their expectations, well, it's pretty rough. Since I'm going in with low expectations, I'll probably be pleasantly surprised. My expectations are dreadfully low. I did not like Path of Exile 1 at all. My hope is that Path of Exile 2 will be a significant change over Path of Exile 1. But then again, I also didn't like Diablo 3, and I absolutely love Diablo 4. So, that should teach you something. That just because the previous game sucks doesn't mean that the next game has to. That's just how it works. Hide all the arms of King Leoric. Or poor King Yorick. They don't even remember his name. That's why he keeps rising from the dead, because y'all keep butchering his name. He said, "Never shall I rest as long as you butcher thy name. It is King Leoric, not King York of Yorkshire." How did you even get that? King York of Yorkshire. Another night smoke. Stop being rude to me. Bunch of crap. I need some potions for my belt. I need potions for my belt. Oh, we got an elite. Banana-sized elite. I just want a SoJ for my single player account. One it I can sell and kill a Uber Diablo about. Get myself a crappy and I holy so charm. A 10-10-5 is all I want, but the game does not love me. I need a SoJ, but the game says no. I need a SoJ, but the game giggles at me. So you're not getting one. We don't give out those for free. You're not getting one. We don't give out those for free. You think you're something special, but you get nothing, sir. Why do you give out the SoJs at all then? We don't. Ooh, an ethereal scrotum. An F storm chaser? Nice. Add that to the list of items.
Take you.
It's like 2 elite packs. Wanted to stop for the elite packs. Gnarly staff. Staff of gnarliness. That is Spire of Lazarus, if I remember correctly.
Impossible.
Spire of Lazarus. I don't care about the broadsword. I don't know if I already have a Spire. Spires are great for leveling up lightning swords. No, I didn't want to go east. Go west.
Remember.
Always west. West, always west. I don't know if I already have a Spire of Lazarus, but let's throw that in here and we'll check the staff mule eventually. Crap. 16% lightning. You. Bunch of junk. Oh, I need more ID scrolls. Ooh, a 5x 39 AR. Nice. Those are great for my melee characters. I will take that. Throw that in the pots. Potions never hurts. Okay. That was pretty terrible. A ring!
I have a burden.
It's a rare ring. Poopies. Dual Leech AR life and mana? I'll take it.
Hello.
Bone Eye. It's terrible. It's very bad. You gotta do your chores. Sounds like you need to get your phone and some earbuds, and you need to put me on, you know, like in your pocket, and you need to listen to my fat songs while you're doing your chores. The hell is this? It's a Christmas song. Found my way into the yard with the Christmas Eve, and then there was a lot of chores with the Christmas Eve, and gonna go down to the yard, play with the boys. We going to do some spells in the Christmas yarn. Yorick is a king, you see, him's a king of York. I need a arm of York, yes, an arm of Yorkies. Stop killing my merc.
I can't carry anymore.
Use up all my potions on him. He's still dying. Stop dying. Please, my sir, mercenary, stop dying. If you keep on dying, I will be crying. From the bank I have to go to take out a loan on your stupid punk, but 'cause you won't stop dying. I fed you like all my pots and you're still dying. Now I have to buy some more. Health potions for me. Steel Clash. Pretty sure I already have a Steel Clash. I'm like 90% sure I already have a Steel Clash. You know, Steel Clash is such a common shield. I'm not taking it back. It's so common. I see Steel Clash all the time. Like, I'm just not taking it. If it's an ethereal Steel Clash or something, maybe. Yeah, set rings are always angelic or Cathans, and I'm pretty sure I already have like an infinite number of both, so I think I'm solid. I've been storing them away, and I have to remind myself sometimes that I already have like probably 10 of those on a mule somewhere, and I need to just stop picking them up. We could always start a new character. You know, that could be fun too. Look, I said I didn't want to pick up the kite shield because it's the most common thing ever. And look, there's another one. Garbage, garbage. Ooh, an Axe Effect Mar? Oh, that's Warlord's Trust. I got it wrong. Warlord's Trust is nice, but it's also one that needs to be ethereal for it to really get good damage. Otherwise, you just don't use the dang thing. I don't know if I already have a Warlord's Trust. Poor Angelic Ring? I mean, seeing as how it was just one of Andariel's nipple rings, I mean, I'm not really too worried about it. You mean Andariel's nipple ring, that's what you mean. I just need a SoJ. That's all I need. Just one SoJ. It's not like I'm asking for much. Just one SoJ. Please, I just need one. If that's okay, my friend. I just need a single one. Give me one SoJ, my friend. I just need one SoJ. If you don't mind, ho. Just one SoJ, yo.
I am overburdened.
Skin of the Flayed One. I think I have like 7 skins of the Flayed One, I think, at this point. I think I'm fine. I think I'm good. I don't need you. I don't need you. Don't need you. I'm pretty sure I don't need you. Yeah, I think I'm good. Whole bunch of set items. None of them are items that I need. Ginger stash is always managed. My stash is just a garbage can of organization. Garbage can of organization. Sounds like mess to me. It just sounds messy. That sounds very messy. Hatchet? Is that what I think it is? Cold kill. Okay. Those are nice for early level character runs. What the hell is this? Heavy metal pixel music? It's like pixel music, but somebody threw in some heavy metal riffs in there. And then you get like the throat music coming out. My girlfriend's playing this game, TCG card game. It's kind of cool, I guess. TCG card game simulator or whatever. And I was like, she couldn't play it because it was on PC. So I literally set her up a PC for Christmas. And she's been playing it. And apparently she had these like automated like bad smell detectors or whatever. Because apparently people will come to the shop and they stink really badly. Like they literally have like a green stink aura like emanating from them. I'm not even joking. And so I'm sitting there watching it, and I don't know why, but like one of the cats went into the litter box, and I was like, "Can we get like an automated stink thing for the cats?" And in my head, it all played out like as if I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I just imagined the cat going in there to take a duty, and then the cat comes out to like because he's finished. And he's coming out of the thing, and it just like sprays him in the face. And I don't know why, but like this like picture of like a cat like popped into my head. Let me see if I can find one. There's like a bunch of nice surprise cat faces in here. Yeah, something like this popped into my head, and like the cat was walking out and just gets shot right in the face with like a blast of like stink spray. And he's just like, ah, ah, ah. I don't know why. It was just hilarious to me. Automated stink spray. Automated stink sprayers. It's funny. The guy people come into your shop in the TCG card game, and they got like a stink aura around them, and like if you don't spray them with stink spray, like to like calm down the stink aura, people start leaving your shop because they're so stinky. They're like, ew, he's stinky. I can't imagine how stinky you would have to be to enter a shop, and the shop owner comes over and sprays you with some like deodorant. How stinky what's your stink level at that point? Like, I mean, have you reached like a master stink level? I feel like that's what that means. Master stink level P.
I am overburdened.
Okay, that's the X effect bar. No, that's Gore Shovel. I already got one of those too. Why am I forgetting? Is it large axe? I think it's large axe is the axe effect bar. I don't know why I keep mixing it up with the other ones. I kind of want to check these because they can be like really good amp weapons. And like, I know it's a waste of my time most of the time, but if I do get like a really good amp weapon from one of those, I do like it a lot. Oh, at the hospital, they wait until you leave before they spray the deodorant spray? Okay. I mean, that's a little more nice, I suppose.
Good day.
Y'all think I'm joking? Hold on, watch. They come in the shop like this. This is what they come in the shop like. They just have like a stink aura around them. Just an aura of stink. And then you gotta spray them, look. So you gotta spray them. Gotta smell it, gotta spray the stinky people. In D4, they've been adjusting it like every single season. I can't even tell you what it is anymore, to be honest. Ooh, ethereal. Ooh, it sucks. Ring, some light-plated boots, 2 angelic sabers, faster cast with like a whole lot of nothing on it. I mean, it's a level 4 FCR ring, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Another pair of G-toes. I'm not sure if I have. I kind of wanted to get like a couple like double sets of angelic sabers, and that you just drop 2 angelic sabers, which I think is funny, but they're running the toxic skin passive. That's pretty good. I like that. Let me go drop those off on the angelic set. Let me see. Let me see real quick too, so I just have an idea of like how many angelic weapons I currently have access to. I want to have access to this stuff whenever I make new characters, so so I already have 3 in here. I mean, that's like 2. What? Hold on. Let's see. So that's 1. And then we got ring. So that's 1 full set. Then we've got 2. Okay, so we don't actually have a second full set of rings. So I guess we'll try and collect 1 more angelic ring if we can. I definitely, like, unless I want to make it a 3rd set, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but... I mean, not useful. I already have angelics. So that's not technically useful. That's just it's extra. I like to have extra of those low-level sets so I don't have to go hunt them down. That's about it. Otherwise, I'll have to go hunt them down at some point. Oh, there's no angelic armors in there. There's not a single angelic armor in there? Okay, I'll make sure I pick up some mantles, angelic mantles. I didn't even realize that there was no armors. So we need angelic mantles. Ring mail. Another rogue's bow, which we do not need. It was probably just the Cathans anyway, okay? I mean, let's be honest, it was probably just the Cathans. Nine times out of 10, it's a freaking Cathans, right? What's up, Jordan Sims? Welcome to the stream. Please donate. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. That's why I got a sponsor.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
You'll be happy to know they don't sell Diablo 2 items either. It's like some sort of hack. It's like some sort of cheat code. Oh look, it's a Cathin's. Cathin's rings for days, everywhere we go. All the Cathin's rings lit in the snow. Don't know what to do. Cathin rings in my poo. I think I ate a couple when I was down on the 2. Cathin's rings, Cathin's rings, Cathin's everywhere. Cathin's rings, oh Cathin's rings, Cathin's in my hair. Oh, Cathin's rings turned into Napple rings. And Ariel has 6 Cathin rings on her Napoli rings. Napple rings, Napple rings, Napple rings. No, my mercenary, no me. Sharkskin gloves, light belt, splint mail, jewel. Poopy's poo, poopy poo, poopy poopy poo, poopy 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 poo, poopy 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 poo, poop poopy poo, poopy poo, poopy poopy poo.
I am overburdened.
Isn't D2R on like super sale right now?
Good day. Stay a while and listen. see you.
What's up, Tomac? Theory crafting on PoE 2. You're funny. F.R. Martin is a jokester. He's funny. I know absolutely nothing about Path of Exile 2. And, admittedly, I know pretty much nothing about Path of Exile 1 because I hated it. Every time I played it, I just wanted to, like, stab myself in the eye with a rusty toothpick. Like, I don't even know what to tell you. So, I mean, the idea that I would have any knowledge whatsoever to theorycraft Path of Exile 2 is laughable. I got no knowledge. I'm gonna be going in blind. Like a squirrel who got his eyes ripped out by a hawk.
Yes.
Greetings.
But fought for his life. Alright, and this is a blind squirrel, but he is a fighting blind squirrel, okay? And he's you better not mess with that squirrel, because he gonna bite your gonads right off. He goes straight for the gonads. Right? He just goes right for the gonads.
I can't carry anymore.
We have a day one team. I mean, we've got people signed up on the sheet. I think Leon's on the sheet. Devron's on the sheet. I think Zylar is going to be joining us. I mean, I don't really think D4 has anything to be worried about from Path of Exile 2, to be perfectly honest. I mean, and if you really think about it, like, most of you would come to the same conclusion that I'm coming to. Like, I don't really see any competition there. Like, I don't understand why you guys see any competition there. Like, some of you who are thinking that D4 and PoE2 are like somehow in competition with each other, you guys are probably not really like putting much thought into it. They're just not in competition with each other. It's really just that's the simplest, most like succinct way to state it. They're just not in competition with each other. Fushina 177, that's pretty high. I kinda want to check this crossbow. What's the highest roll on that? 180? Yeah, it is 180. 177 is a pretty good roll. I think I'm going to hang on to that, check it against the one that I currently have. See if it's better than the roll that I had.
I am overburdened.
Alright, so now that I'm not, like, fighting Andariel and stuff, let's outline why they're not in competition with each other, for those of you who seem to be missing this. First off, D4 is what's the term? Pointed, geared, designed is the word I'm looking for. D4 is designed more toward casuals, which is just the truth. It is a relatively easy game to start out with. It is designed to be very inclusive, would be the term, inclusive, in the beginning. And yes, while it does have a relatively stiff learning curve, once you get into the higher end-game content, it is relatively easy for anybody to get into Diablo 4, which means that Diablo 4 is designed more toward the casual audience in general. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't have its complexity, and there definitely are some very fun and very complex builds that you could put together in Diablo 4. But without a doubt, Diablo 4 is more like geared toward the casual crowd. PoE, on the other hand, I can't really speak for Path of Exile 2 yet because we haven't actually seen Path of Exile 2, except for those lucky people who may be like participating in the alpha. But Path of Exile is geared or designed towards the hyper mega supreme omega nerds, and that's pretty much the truth of it. And so like they don't conflict with each other at all, because these people are never playing this game. And these people, while they might go back and play this game, are not in competition with D4 players playing PoE. These casuals are never playing Path of Exile. They're not playing Path of Exile. I hate to tell you that. But they're not touching that game. Path of Exile is far too complicated in the wrong kind of way for the casual audience. Your general casual player, like your you know like casual player number 7 is going to open the passive panel and immediately uninstall the game. And this is 100% the truth, and you guys know it. As soon as the casual player opens up the passive panel, they're going to see how ridiculously, stupidly large the passive panel is. They're going to get overwhelmed, and they're not going to play the game anymore. It's really simple. Your more advanced players, and this is the funny thing, because like it's not like there's not a room in between here. Like, so in between, like Diablo 4 and in between Path of Exile is a realm of players like within like the elite status that are totally nerds that really don't fit in either category. Like, they're not hyper mega supreme omega nerds like over there in Path of Exile, and they're definitely not casuals. They're just somewhere in between, and they don't fit in either category whatsoever. I don't really know where they belong, to be perfectly honest. If you go and you listen to the Path of Exile devs talk, like, they are on a whole nother level of nerdiness past something that I've never even seen nerds that nerdy in my life. I'm gonna call out the Path of Exile devs right now. You guys are just way too nerdy. I'm a super nerd. Like, I'm on the super nerd, like Omega Supreme nerd spectrum, and you guys are like 7 levels past me. I'm over here like min-maxing the crap out of characters, like hacking into the freaking PRNG system in the game. And somehow you guys took it like so far past me. My eyes are glazing over. I feel like I'm listening to like rocket scientists talk about like different viscosities of fuel mixtures and like which viscosity of fuel mixture has the highest performance ratio to cost value. And I'm just like you see like the crispy cream glaze going over my eyes as I'm just spazzing out from like these conversations that they have. Like the 30-minute conversation they had on dexterity, which was the weirdest conversation I'd ever listened to. And Anyway, my point is that they're just not the same game. Like, they're not the same people. They're not competing with each other. And then we can take this even further, and you can make it very clear that, I mean, it's very easy and also mostly probable that the seasons will not align. Which means that your D4 seasons and your Diablo, your Path of Exile 2 seasons probably are never going to match up. So you're probably never going to have, like, the D4 Season 7 and the Path of Exile Early Access season, like, being at the same time anyway. So they're not really going to compete with each other. They're not stupid enough to do that. Anyway, moving on. I'm not a fan of PoE either, Emperor X. I'm still going to give PoE 2 a try. You never know, it might surprise me. I wasn't really, like, super interested in Diablo 4 when I first heard about it. I'll be perfectly honest, I thought it was going to be another D3 fiasco. And so far, they proved me wrong. They proved me wrong. D4 has been a much better game than I think anybody anticipated. It is much less like Diablo 3 than anybody anticipated. I mean, the clearest example of that is that the Diablo 3 players have literally, like, sworn off Diablo 4, which is hilarious to me. Like, there are Diablo 3 players out there who literally say that Diablo 4 is the worst thing that's ever been invented, and that Diablo 3 is way better than Diablo 4, and that they won't play Diablo 4 because Diablo 3 is so much better than Diablo 4. And I'm laughing over there in the corner because it makes me giddy. I'm like, the Diablo 3 players hate it? Good. That is a good sign. That is a good sign. Oh, you know, I don't even know why you made me waste a scroll on that. I knew it was a captain. You dirty hoe. I don't know if I have a spine ripper. I'm gonna hang on to that just in case. Those are nice for early poison dagger necros if I want to do one eventually. If I want to torture myself with it. Now, they did that on purpose. They matched up the D2 season with PoE on purpose. So, like, it's their basically their backup weapon, and they did use it to deliberately try to interfere with Path of Exile, which was really mean. For those of you who don't know what happened, D2R had a set launch date, which was at the end of November, and we had already gotten notification from the team that the launch date for Season 9 was at the end of November. And then we got notification that Path of Exile 2 was delayed. Okay? And so, interestingly enough, Path of Exile 2 early access date was at the end of November. And so they were planning on releasing Path of Exile 2 in, like, it was like November, like, 26th or something like that. And D2R was also scheduled for the same day. And when when Path of Exile got delayed, they also delayed the D2R launch, and they put them at the same date again. So it's a deliberate and tactical move on their part to try and, like, punch PoE in the dick, which, I mean, honestly, it's going to work. Like, there are people out there who definitely prefer Diablo 2 over Path of Exile, and that's just how it goes. On top of that, if the launch is, like, absolutely atrocious, like, if it's the worst launch that's ever existed since the dawn of humanity, I guarantee you people are going to bail on Path of Exile 2, and they're going to hop over to Diablo 2 Resurrected launch, because, number one, the Diablo 2 Resurrected launch is going to be a solid event. Like, there is very little chance that the Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 9 launch is going to go poorly. They've already gotten all that, like, in control. You know what I mean? So if the Path of Exile 2 launch is a dumpster fire, then guess what? Diablo 2 Resurrected is there with open arms to, like, invite you back. It's like, oh, that Path of Exile treated you so mean. Oh, those mean Path of Exile 2 people treated you so dirty. Come over here. Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 9, I'll give you a big hug. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm not just like saying that. I can provide proof. You want to see some proof? Here, hold on. I'll provide proof. I shall provide proof. Proof. I know you guys like proof. Proof. So this was the second post. This was the second post that he made. And in the second post, he said that there's going to be a blog post on the 22nd for D2R, and will include dates. Expect Season 9 to start in early December. The first post he made, however... If I can find the first post... There's the first post. And so here's the first post. Okay, so the first post was very clear. Ladder season will start later this month. This was in November. So they were going to start it later this month, right? So PoE 2 delayed, right? So this was the day that PoE 2 was delayed, right? So what happened was, they originally had planned for Diablo 2 Resurrected to start at the end of November, which was the original launch date for Path of Exile 2. Then, when Path of Exile 2 got delayed, we got the delay for the Diablo 2 Resurrected season launch, which then said expect Season 9 to start in early December, which is a complete departure from the original post of latter season will start later this month, which was in Diablo, which is in November. And this was at the beginning of November when he was asked this, and he gave that response, and this was at the end of November when he gave this response, after the delay of the game. So they deliberately put D2R, like, at the same exact time as the PoE 2 freaking launch, and it pisses me off when they do that kind of stuff, because it's so stupid. They're just dicking over everybody. Like, we want to experience all the games. We don't want to experience half the game. Like, I want to play D2R Season 9, and I want to play Path of Exile 2. Why you gotta make me choose? Why you gotta make me choose? I'm gonna start fighting peoples. I'm gonna start fighting peoples up in here. I'm gonna start fighting cats. I'm gonna start fighting dogs. I'm gonna start fighting chinchillas. I don't believe in coincidences. I do not believe in coincidences, my friend. You shouldn't believe in coincidences either. I don't need that. I don't need that. Let's check that. I did actually need some Saigon armors, didn't I? I needed 1 Saigon armor, I think. Or I needed 2 Saigon armors. I can't remember. Let's grab those Hisaris boots too. I could always use another Hisaris. Yeah, I don't think there's any like problem in hanging on to some extra Hussarus boots. Those will just spread out all over the place. Whenever I don't need them, I can throw them away. It's not really that big of a deal. Having extra pairs of those is never a bad thing. Oh, look, another Captain Seal. Oh, it's an angelic. Okay. Finally. +1 Barbarian, 61% enhanced, 119 AR, fire damage, and life steal. Unfortunately, that ED is just way too low. Like, the damage output is never going to be sufficient. Although it was a good try, at least. Good try. Treats? What? King Leoric's peppermint patties, man. Those sound good, actually. Although probably also made out of bones and stuff, which is, you know, not a good thing. Probably also made of bones and stuff. And Treads of Sithon are just like... they're not really the greatest pair of boots. I think Hussarus beat them hand down at this point. I mean, if you've got no other boots, Treads are nice, but like... majority of situations, like there's plenty of other boots that beat Treads of Sithon. Another Blood Rise. A Woe Stave. And another Rock Fleece. What was the... Rock Fleece is 130, so this is like a bottom roll.
Impossible.
I do want to... oh, there's a random wall the eyeless down there, too. I mean, I figure we're probably going to be playing together. I mean, I don't see why not. I don't even know if I need a Woe Stave. I can't remember the rolls on Woe Stave. Woe Stave has like terrible rolls. It goes from like 20 to 30% or something like that. Yeah, 20 to 40. This is a 29. I'm not going to waste my time with anything that low. If it's an ethereal Woe Stave, it's a different story. Got a buzz, Ian. Easty got a buzz. I mean, when it comes to Path of Exile 2, I know nothing. So, I know even less than most people know. Which is, you know, like, for those of you who played Path of Exile 1, I'm sure there are specific things, although not everything, that will translate across, and you'll be like, oh, that's like such and such system from Path of Exile 1, or something along those lines, right? And so you'll have like a kind of a general understanding that you can apply to the game that will, you know, like help you as you play. Even if it won't tell you everything, it might give you a better understanding or help you understand something quicker than I'm going to be understanding it. I'm going to have to relearn it. I'm going to have to learn everything from scratch because I'm going to be honest with you, like, I never put the time and effort into Path of Exile, like, 1 that some of the more dedicated players have. Which, you know, is kind of a good thing, though. So, like, hear me out. For those of you who are going into Path of Exile 2 for the first time, maybe you're just like me and you didn't really enjoy Path of Exile 1, so you never really put a lot of time and effort into it. And, you know, you're going to be watching other streamers who are adept at playing Path of Exile 1. And so, if you do that, you're going to be, like, confused. You're going to be very confused, because you're going to have no clue what the hell's going on. They already know what's going on, right? So they already know all the answers, and they're just going to be zipping through everything. Whereas if you watch me, on the other hand, I don't know anything about Path of Exile 2. So I will be, you know, like learning as I go, and we can learn together. Which I think is a much cooler way of doing things. That way we are learning. We can all learn together, my boys. Don't you like to learn? I like to learn. I'm not really entirely sure if I'm going to put in a severely large amount of effort in a Path of Exile 2. It really depends on whether or not I like the game or not. I mean, you could be seeing a bunch of Path of Exile 2 videos pop up on my channel eventually. The War Scythe and the Scythe and the Flail. Bunch of garbage. I just want one item, Andariel. I just want a SoJ. Path of Exile's problem was they took like the worst parts of Diablo and expanded upon them. Like the absolute like dregs of what made Diablo. Like imagine if you were a person, right? And you had like a lot of good features. You know, like maybe you were kind, you know, you loved animals, right? You know, you donated to charity on occasion. You know, maybe you were good with kids and like visited old folks on a regular basis and helped them out, and you know, you've got all these good features, right? You've got a lot of good features about you. But there's a couple bad features, like, you know, maybe you smoke cigarettes, or like, you know, maybe you have kind of like an addictive personality, so, you know, the first time that you encounter cheesecake, you eat like 17 pounds of it, you know, and go into a cardiac cheesecake coma. You know, and this is normal. You know, most people have good things about them, and they have bad things about them, right? Like, it's just a thing. Like, not everybody has, you know, 100% good features. When I played Path of Exile, the strong inclination that I got was that Path of Exile took some of the worst things about Diablo 2 and expanded upon them in a very weird way. Like, as if they were good features. Like, the repetitive grindingness, like, they took the repetitive grindingness and they were like, let's dial that up to 11. And then they took some of the other, like, odd things, like the crafting system, which was honestly pretty much perfect in Diablo 2. It is pretty much perfect in Diablo 2. I mean, they could add a couple more recipes maybe, but for the most part, I think it's a very well done crafting system. And then they like dialed the crafting system up to 11. They're like, you know what? Let's make this same cool crafting system, but let's make it overcomplicated to the point of absurdity. And they did. They just dialed that up to 11 too. And I mean, I don't really understand some of the decisions that they made in Path of Exile 2, because it really kind of seemed like they knew that the stuff that they were expanding upon wasn't exactly the best stuff in the game to begin with, but they did it anyway. Junk items also, like, I think they completely missed the entire point of the game having a very amazing itemization, like in Diablo 2. And when they went to PoE 2, they just wanted to make like tons of items, and they didn't really consider whether or not those items would actually be useful or not, or have any purpose in the game whatsoever. And like, there are hundreds, if not like thousands, of freaking items in like unique items in like Path of Exile 1, for instance, and most of them are just completely useless. Like, they have like no purpose whatsoever. It's kind of nice to like see them like refresh the entire system, remove all that junk, and maybe they'll have a better time crafting new uniques. If I make videos for Path of Exile, your eyes won't glow. I can't really say that's the case, because, you know, I'm gonna have to get into like the nitty-gritty of stuff, and it's probably gonna be really boring. These guys lightning at you? Sharkskin boots. Booty, 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 booty. Trash. Trash booties. I don't know. I think a lot of people came to the same conclusion I did. A lot of people tried to pick up Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile 1, and came to pretty much the same conclusion I did, but it just wasn't really the most amazing game. I'm really hoping that they've learned a lot of lessons from PoE 1 and apply those lessons to PoE 2. I mean, that's my general hope. So, you know, as we go forward, maybe we'll find that PoE 2 is just a better overall game, which is nothing but a good thing, right? Dusty. I do think Diablo 4 has made some amazing strides in the ARPG genre and has created some rather remarkable systems that probably need to be copied into other games. I mean, I know some people don't like it when games copy other games, but when you have a feature that's so revolutionary, it kind of needs to be copied into other games. I don't really care about the masterworking system so much. Masterworking system is okay, but the tempering system in Diablo 4 is... I think that's the future of ARPGs. It makes things so much easier to control, essentially, like what falls on the items, and making it so that you get a lot less garbage loot. Like, let me state for the record, and in really bold letters, and also in very large font. So let's go to the highest font that we possibly can here, and I'm going to state in very large letters, loot. Oh, hold on, might be a little bit too large. Let's bring it down just a tad. We'll do 240. Loot filters are bad. Okay. All right. Let me just state this for the record for you guys. Okay. Loot filters are bad. If a game relies on loot filters, it's already a red flag in my book. As soon as the game relies on loot filters, I'm already considering the game to be trash, okay? If I need a loot filter to play the game, then your game is garbage. That's my assertion, okay? Loot filters are bad. Alright, tempering is a very interesting system that allows you to kind of like gloss over that entire fact. It helps you control what falls on the loot much easier so that you do not need loot filters in every single aspect of your game because you have a tons of garbage items falling on a regular basis from every single monster's orifice. And if you need loot filters in your game, then your game is badly itemized, and that's all there is to it. Every single time somebody calls for a loot filter in the game and they're like, oh yeah, you really want to get a loot filter set up, I'm like, so you're telling me the game is garbage then? Because if you need a loot filter, then that means it's dropping like 99% garbage in your hands. And then you're like, okay, well, I can't really like stand to look through all this garbage to find like the one diamond in the rough in the loot, you know, a pack of garbage. So let me just make a loot filter so I can loot out, you know, like filter out all the garbage gear so I can only see the good stuff that falls on the ground. And Path of Exile falls into that category, and so does freaking Last Epoch. They both fall into that category. They basically need loot filters because if they don't have them, the game, like, you literally just see, like, tons of garbage falling on the ground, like, every single time you play. I couldn't stand playing Last Epoch. Like, 99% of the loot that fell on the ground in Last Epoch was either not for me or it was garbage. That game needs a loot filter. It needs a loot filter because literally the loot is so bad that if you don't have a loot filter on, all you see is garbage dropping, like, 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. 365 days a year. 10 years a decade.
I am overburdened.
I just had one of these fall. I don't think there's any difference between them. I'm pretty sure there's like no rolls on this. I mean, and that's why I will always applaud Diablo 4, because instead of adding loot filters, they're actively trying to work at fixing the problem. Loot filters are like a band-aid. It's like, oh, you got cut. Alright, well, let's put a band-aid on it. Diablo 4 is like, hey, let's not get cut. Like, how about we just don't get cut in the first place? How about we just practice safety, you know, safety drills. And we just don't get cut in the first place. 29% Tarn Helm. Do I need another pair of Saigon's gauntlets? I don't think I do. Now let's check. Nah, because people ask me all the time. They're like, Diablo 2 needs a loot filter. They should add a loot filter to Diablo 2. And I'm like, no. I'm like, Diablo 2 does not need a loot filter. I'm like, Diablo 2 is like one of the few games out there that does not need a loot filter at all. And, I mean, I'll freaking fight that fight till my dying breath. I will literally, like, die on that hill. Diablo 2 does not need a loot filter. Diablo 2 is so perfectly itemized that almost every single item that falls on the ground is pretty much useful at some point or another. I mean, the only, like, items pretty much that fall into the category of completely useless are things like arrows and bolts if you're not on an Amazon or a character using a bow or crossbow, which is rare because there are lots of characters that use arrows and bolts and crossbows. Like, there's the Enchantress, there's the whole Amazon class if you're doing any of the bow builds. There's the Demon Machine Paladin. There's, like, frickin'... You can even do, like, a Brandbow Necromancer. There's all sorts of characters that use them. But, yeah, if you're on a character that doesn't use them, then they can be considered trash, and I would see that. But, like, for the most part, with the exception of some of the more obvious pieces of equipment, like the throwing potions and the arrows and bolts, there's really not a lot of stuff that falls on the ground that you wouldn't be interested in, like, picking up or looking at in some way, shape, or form. Pretty much every single wand is potentially amazing white base, or is an amazing, even, like, the blue wands, even the frickin' blue orbs and things like that can be extremely valuable. I don't think there's a single, like, quality of item that in Diablo 2 that's not useful in some way, shape, or form. Bow, 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 bow.
Hey, Ginger.
What's up, Con?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Just ranting about stuff.
Right.
You know, like loot
Good
filters.
rant, worth it.
Like loot filters. People will argue with me to death about loot filters.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I get tired of talking about it because people bring it up so much. I start to fire back now. Like whenever somebody starts talking about loot filters, I just go the exact opposite way. They're like, "Don't you think Diablo 2 should have loot filters?" And I'm like, "No." You know who wants loot filters? Hitler. That's who wants loot filters. Hitler and Himmler. Okay, Hitler and Himmler both wanted loot filters. Are you saying that you're a Nazi? Well, no.
I am overburdened.
I had a whole conversation with Sweet Phil about it one time. I remember. He was like, "Don't you think loot filters should be in the game?" And I was like, "No." He was like, "Oh, we can't be friends." Now, about the only valid reason I can think of why some people want loot filters in D2 is just simply because sometimes you can't see items that are on the ground if there's too many items that have fallen in one spot, which is sometimes an issue. But I'm not entirely sure loot filters would necessarily help with that. Wow, 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 wow. What did I get? Double bow, bunch of poopies, and nothing all that amazing. I mean, my personal opinion, like, I think most new players shouldn't be allowed to use a loot filter anyway. Like, I think it's one of those things that can actually be detrimental to your playthrough because you would otherwise like filter out items that you shouldn't filter out.
Yeah, you don't even know what you want.
Yeah, you don't even know what you want. And the players who've been around long enough to know exactly what's good and what's not, like, what are you filtering out exactly? Arrows, bolts? I mean, if you're going to fine-tune it to such a degree that, like, you know exactly what you're going to filter out and what's never worth anything and, you know, so forth and so on. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get a loot filter that, like... I don't think we'll ever get a loot filter that sophisticated in Diablo 2. Like, I really doubt that's ever going to happen, so... Edge bow? The edgiest of edge bows? Are you going to be playing Path of Exile 2 with us, Con?
Yeah, I bought the... I didn't like Path of Exile 1, but I figured I'll give it a try and see. So I bought that $30 their starter pack or whatever.
So you're right there on board with me. You're hoping it's better.
Yeah.
You're like, I really wish hope this is a better experience than last time.
Yeah. I tried it a few times and I just couldn't get into it. It just was, I don't know why.
Dude, what is it about, like, trying Path of Exile multiple times? It's like we know that there's a good game in there somewhere, but, like, every time we try it, and I feel like I'm not the only one who said that that literally, we try it and then like we don't like it, and then we come back like maybe like a couple months later or something, or like a year later, and we try it again and we still don't like it, and like it's like there's a disconnect there, like where it's just not pulling you in. Like, you ever try to read you read books, right, Con?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, do you ever try reading a book and it just doesn't catch you?
Yeah, for sure.
And then you just like you don't want to read it because it's not pulling you in, it's not sucking you in. And I guess that's honestly like really what happens with Path of Exile. If you try it, it just doesn't pull you in. Like, you try it again, it doesn't pull you in. Like, your friends are like, you really should give it another try. Like, it's a really good game. And so you give it another try and it still doesn't pull you in. You know what it reminds me of? Have you ever heard of One Piece?
No.
The anime?
No, I don't know.
Oh, well, that's okay. Sorry. It's an anime, all right, and it's a relatively popular one, although it's not a very good anime, to be perfectly honest. a lot of people who like One Piece are going to be really mad at me right now. But the funny thing is that it eventually does get good. Like, it eventually does.
Oh, that's funny.
Which is kind of weird. Right, and there's actually a thing. If you look it up on the internet, people will be like, "Oh yeah, One Piece gets good around like episode such and such," right? And you think I'm joking? Like, watch this. I'm gonna pull up Google and I'm gonna show you. So like, at what episode does One Piece get good? Right, and like, so you pull this up and you look at it, and people will tell you like, you're gonna have to watch about like 200 episodes. No, I'm not even joking. Around like 200. Look, 200 episodes. I've been told it gets really good around episode 200. And there's a lot of people who talk about this. They're like the first like several hundred episodes are just garbage, and then like once you get up to around episode 230, it really starts to get good. Could you imagine if you had to read a book and it would take you like till like chapter 24 before the book got good? You're like, okay, I'm on chapter 24. This book still sucks. Let's give it another try. And you finally get to the good chapter, and you're like, oh my god, it's finally gotten good after 24 chapters. Like, maybe that's what Path of Exile is. Maybe it's one of those games where you gotta like invest like hundreds of hours in it before it starts to get good. You're like, you gotta put in, like at least 1,000 hours, and then all of a sudden you love it. You're like,
there could be something to that. It's like the systems are so complicated that I think you have to just know them inside and out. Because I'm more like you. I don't like following build guides, and I try to. I mean, I'll go look if I'm struggling. I'll try to look, but it felt like to me is like if you weren't following like a build guide, you just couldn't even get through the game.
It might be the case. That might actually be the case.
And to be like, and to even get to know the systems, it would have taken me 1,000 hours or something. Like, that's what it felt like to me. And I was like,
without like looking up and basically cheat codes.
Right,
and stuff, right.
Yeah, exactly. If I had to do it myself, it would have just taken so long.
You got to take like a full college course just.
Yeah. Get spreadsheets out.
8 years. Oh no, you think that's not even a joke? By the way. Yeah. Like, one of the developers literally said, he's like, about 50% of my gameplay is spreadsheets.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
D4 is so simple compared to it, and for me to, like, even Theorycraft takes me like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and it's like, yeah, do I want to spend 30 hours trying to Theorycraft something? I don't think so. I mean, I like Theorycrafting, it's fun, but I don't know if I want to spend that much time doing it.
I think the spreadsheets only really start to come in when you're trying to like min-max a build to Oblivion, which I do think is something that people usually enjoy to do. But if we're saying that I need like several hours of spreadsheets just to min-max my build, I'm probably not doing it. Anytime I say, all right, let's pull out the spreadsheets, you guys make sure to slap me in the back of the head and be like, stop it, Ginger, stop it.
I mean, that's a good point. Like, for some, you just have to know yourself and know what you like. And, some people love to do that, and it's great. I think it's great there's something that they can do that with. For me, it's just not what I really love to do. I mean, I like to build it, but I just don't know if I want to spend that much time learning a game just to build it.
I mean, and its barrier to entry. A lot of people are like Path of Exile is way more complicated than D2, and I don't really agree. Like I think that D2 is almost infinitely complicated as well. But I think what D2 does better is that D2 very nicely
gets you there, like incrementally.
Like doesn't overwhelm you to start with, which is very important. And even though later on you start to find out that everything you knew about Diablo, 2 was like a lie, basically, because it's so much more complex than it originally, lets on. There's so much more in the background, like the breakpoint system and like like the faster cast system and everything else that you have to learn to like really min-max your characters. But it doesn't throw all that at you in the beginning. Like it doesn't try and cram like 7 or 20 years of game knowledge into your head in a matter of a couple minutes. It lets you be an idiot, like it lets you be an idiot. It lets you go forward. It lets you suck at the game for a while. You can beat the game with your your basic level knowledge, and then as you dive into things and you start to figure out just how complex the game really is with so some of the mechanics inside Diablo 2 are so infinitely complex that I can't even explain them to you without like a 20 to 30 minute video. To give you an example of just one of the rather infinitely complex systems within Diablo 2, chance to cast. So a lot of people don't know this, but chance to cast actually is a system that has an order, and the order to the system is actually important. And it also is dependent on like when the item was equipped. And the order of equipping the items, depending on like what the chance to cast is, as well as what kind of chance to cast in terms of like whether it's chain lightning or a curse, has a order that can either be forward or backward depending on which one you want to have cast first. Which means that, for instance, if I wanted to control precisely what order all of my chance to casts are activating in, which is very important, especially if you're dealing with multiple curses or you have multiple abilities and one you want to cast before the others, you have to literally unequip all of your gear. Then you have to equip all of your gear in the correct order so that the chance to cast is going to happen in the order that you want it to. And every single time you enter a game, you would have to repeat these steps. So you would have to literally, every time you entered the game, you would have to de-equip all of your equipment and then re-equip it in the correct order to cause the chance to cast to happen in the precise order that you want them to. I'm not even joking. This is all on Amazon Basin, by the way, if you guys doubt me. And this is some like high-level advanced gameplay. So this is Amazon Basin right here. And let's see here. Equipping order. When the trigger event is the same, equipping order determines the casting order. Curses are cast in the reverse order to which they were equipped. First equipped, last cast. While skills are cast in the equipping order, first equipped, first cast. However, after recovery of corpse following death, charms and inventory are already equipped, and the game attempts to equip remaining items in the following order. Head is always equipped first, then neck, then torso, then right arm, then left arm, then right ring, then left ring, then waist, then feet, and then hands. Finally, any swap weapons on the right and the left arm will be equipped in the expansion games after recovering a corpse. If the item requirements cannot be met with strength or dex bonuses from the item equipped later, then the items normally equipped before will now be equipped after those later than the items. Items are also equipped upon entering a game, although the attempted equipping order changes slightly. Charms are now equipped after gloves, and finally right arm then left arm after swapping weapons in expansion games. The game also attempts to equip right arm before left arm. All other items normally remain equipped, unless bonuses from swapped items were needed to equip them. Bonuses from gems, runes, jewels, and socketed items in a weapon can only be used once it is equipped. Otherwise, these bonuses are not used to equip it, or any later items dependent upon it. Furthermore, negative requirements from a Hell Rune or Jewel of Freedom socket in an item is not used when equipping it, and the item will only be equipped if a character's strength and dexterity, excluding any bonuses from the item itself, meet the reduced requirements, or if the strength and dexterity, including any bonuses from itself, meet the requirements of the base item, ethereal or otherwise. If the item can be equipped, equipping order can be affected if it cannot be equipped before negative requirements is taken into account. Displayed order. When the trigger event and the item are the same, casting order is determined by the displayed order. Curses are cast in a descending order, first displayed to last, while other skills are cast in an ascending order, last displayed to first, and the table a list of curses and other skills in casting order, not displayed order. Yes. And this isn't even like the end of it, as you can clearly see. It goes over all of the potential abilities that you could potentially cast and the order in which they are cast. So, for instance, for curses, Taunt is always cast first, Howl is cast second, Lower Resist is cast third, Decrepify fourth, Attract fifth, Life Tap sixth, Confuse seventh, Terror eighth, Iron Maiden ninth, Weaken 10th, Dim Vision 11th, Amplify Damage 12th, Hit blinds target 13th, and Hit causes monster to flee last at number 14. In the case of other skills, like Frost Nova is always first, Nova is second, Chain Lightning is third, etc., 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 etc. This is like some weird level, like high-level stuff that is some of the more advanced mechanics in Diablo 2 that most people will never even know exist. And that's kind of where PoE is, except PoE just like throws it in your face from the very beginning. It's like, oh, here, have this. And you're like, well, thank you for the crippling anxiety, sir. I do not appreciate it. Oh, I already did this one.
Oh, a candy cane. I forgot I had a candy cane.
Oh, it's broken. Just like my spirit. The thing that bothers me is that feels like unintended complexity, and most of PoE feels like intentional complexity. Yes, I mean, that's pretty much the argument, right? The argument is that PoE is not more complex than Diablo 2. PoE is more deliberately complex than Diablo 2, which I think is important. And that's kind of like the entire point of my argument earlier, is that when you have something that's deliberately complex versus something that is accidentally complex, or rather hidden complex, like deceptively complex, let's call it deceptively complex. The deceptively complex stuff is something that you will uncover as you progress through the game in a way that is more natural to the, like, understanding of the game. So in other words, like, as you progress as a player, you'll start to uncover more of this hidden complexity. Path of Exile is the exact opposite in that it presents that complexity to you immediately. It doesn't hide it from you, which is unfortunately a bad thing in many ways, because not hiding that infinite complexity often just simply scares players away. I think that if Diablo 2 did the same thing, if Diablo 2 had its complexity up front and for everyone to see, so that everyone knew exactly how complex Diablo was from the very beginning, like you logged in on a level 1 character and they just hit you with like everything. Like they threw the breakpoints at you, the faster hit recovery breakpoints, the faster cast breakpoints. They throw the freaking, like the chance to cast system at you. They throw everything at you like all at once. I think people would get freaking, like a little anxiety ridden and would probably stop playing Diablo 2 as well. But they don't throw that all at you at the beginning, and I think that's the important part. I think that's what separates Diablo 2 from games like Path of Exile, is that, yes, you can have a game that has nearly infinite complexity, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to shovel that infinite complexity in the player's face to begin with. I think Diablo 4 did it the right way, which is Diablo 4 took almost like a Path of Exile type system with the Paragon board. But what did they do? They took the Paragon board and they put it at level 60. Or in the case of the previous ones, it was level 50. But they actually bumped it up to level 60 now. And technically level 60 is end game, so it's a little bit further beyond. So what they did was they took that complexity and they pushed it further down the line. Which is, I think, is a very important thing. Because it creates a situation where the new players aren't immediately overwhelmed by the Paragon board. This way, when you finally do get to the Paragon board, you have a sufficient understanding of the game through your previous play that the Paragon board actually kind of makes sense. And it's a lot less intimidating the first time you see it in Diablo 4 versus the first time you see it in Path of Exile. I mean, let's take some of the mechanics from Diablo 2, and let's talk about some of the mechanics from Diablo 2 and the way that they did things and why they work so well. So let's take immunities. Immunities are barely in the game in the beginning, right? I need to refresh my drink. Okay, but immunities are barely in the game in the beginning. And you might encounter one or two immune monsters in normal difficulty. So in that way, you get to play the game and learn the mechanics before the immunities are ever added into the game. This means that, for the most part, your playthrough in normal difficulty is rather uneventful in terms of countering immunities. So you spend the majority of the time learning the mechanics and how your character works. What about Diablo 3? Diablo 3 is a dumpster fire. I don't talk about Diablo 3.
Tell us how you really feel, Ginger.
One time when I was young, my sister asked me to change my nephew's diaper, and I opened it up, and there was like this yellow poop with like little black speckles on it, and it had like some white dots. And I remember oddly thinking that it kind of looked like Grey Poupon mustard. That's Diablo 3. All right, I took that diaper, I wrapped it up, I threw it into the yard. I didn't even throw it in the trash can. I didn't want that crap in my house, literally. So anyway, in Diablo 2, you have these systems like the immunities, right? And in Nightmare, the immunities become slightly there. They're not really fully in effect yet, but like the immunities start to appear in Nightmare difficulty. And by the time you get to around Act 4 in Nightmare difficulty, the immunities have kind of like established themselves in the game, right? So from normal difficulty, Act 1, all the way until Nightmare difficulty, Act 4, you are getting accustomed to the way that your characters function, understanding like how the abilities work, trying to maximize your damage. You're not worried about immunities. Then, at the time when they feel is appropriate, they start introducing immunities to you. Slowly at first, and then later at a greater pace, and then eventually when you get to Hell difficulty, it's at a very high rate, right? So Hell difficulty is where the immunities start to become more and more of a problem, and you have to deal with them. In this way, they ease you into it, instead of forcing it on you in the beginning. Imagine if Diablo 2 instead was like Path of Exile, and was like, okay, we have an immunity system. And then put the immunities in Act 1 normal difficulty at full force. So instead of putting them at full force in Act 1 Hell difficulty, we're going to put them at full force in Act 1 normal difficulty, and you're going to have to deal with these immunities as a level 1 character who has no idea how to play the game. How do you think that would have worked out? You think that would have worked out really well in the Diablo 2 world? Because I certainly don't. I don't know very many level 1 characters that can get around physical immunities. I don't know very many level 1 sorceresses that are going to be getting around fire immunities and things like that. I think if they did that, it would pretty much make the entire game impossible to clear. Not only that, but only the people who actually knew what they were doing would have any hope at all of clearing the game, because it would take some pretty epic levels of engineering to figure out exactly how you're going to bypass all the immunities and various things. They also removed immunities from bosses. So this is something that's very important in Diablo 2. They were like, okay, well, we're going to have immunities on the monsters, but that doesn't mean that we need immunities on the actual bosses, because if we put immunities on the bosses, there's every possible chance that the player might not be able to proceed in higher difficulties, right? So like if you were in Act 3 and you finally got to Mephisto and Mephisto was immune to lightning, that would be pretty crappy as a lightning sorceress, and then you just would never get to Act 4. Either that or respec your whole character. And that's kind of the whole thing, is that Diablo 2 was designed around the idea of like not completely punching the players in the penis like right in the beginning, they save those punches for, for key moments. They're like,
Wasn't
I
it
see.
very intentional that they did it as well? Like they really thought that through.
I mean, and you can tell that they thought a lot of this stuff through, like, really well.
Yeah. I mean, it was the first ARPG that did that. Like, said we want the character or the player to understand the systems and develop slowly so they understand the game. I think it was brilliant.
What I think the problem is, and this is funny because after I actually listened to the developers over on a Path of Exile, I actually listened to them talk. I can tell you for 100% fact, I know exactly why the game is made so difficult in the first place. It's because they don't think it's difficult. They don't think it's overwhelming. They don't think it is. It's like say if you had like a rocket scientist or something, or like Einstein, right? And Einstein has a kid, and he's trying to teach his kid like advanced calculus, and his kid's 5 years old, and his kid's like, "This is too hard, Dad. I can't do this." And he's like, "What do you mean? Advanced calculus is easy. It's baby stuff." And he's like, "I'm 5, Dad." Like, that's what's going on, I think, with Path of Exile, is the developers are literally, like, up there in the clouds in, like, La La Land, where they think things are, like, super-duper easy, and they're throwing the easy stuff down. They got the advanced calculus down there with us, right? But, like, the advanced rocket science is up there with them. They're throwing us what they think is easy, but what they're throwing us isn't really easy. You reacted to the stream from lurking with the word Venus. What's Venus? Or you just wrote that because you didn't want to get nightbotted? I don't think penis is in Nightbot's thing. I don't even think you can get like demonetized for saying penis. I'm pretty sure that's just a regular word. That's like one of those like science-y words. You guys know what I mean, right? Ooh, an 8%? Ooh, 8% 15? Ooh, did I get a perfect? Oh, it's so close to perfect, too. It's an 8, 15, but it rolled 11 on the MDR, but that is really good. It even rolled 180 on the freaking defense, which is perfect. So perfect defense roll, perfect lifesteal roll, perfect physical DR roll. The only thing it didn't roll perfect on was magic damage reduced by, which is a really good roll for String of Ears. But that is amazing. I am like super excited about that. Wow. Best find of the day, my friends. A nearly perfect String of Ears. To put that in context, String of Ears is in direct competition with something like Verdungo's Hardy Coil. And Verdungo's Hardy Coil is also something that you would want to find in perfect condition as well. So I basically just found what was the equivalent of a perfect Verdungo's, which is also pretty amazing. I actually prefer String of Ears over Verdungo's for most melee builds that actually hit the target. Smiters, it's usually Verdungo's, but anything that actually, like, attacks the target with a melee hit that steals life, I 100% prefer String of Ears over Dungos. Do I think PoE is hard? No. I think PoE is presenting the complexity too early, and that's what causes most of the player base to not want to play. Imagine if you just started your first job. Okay, let's use this as an analogy. So you just started your first job. They hired you for like an attorney's firm. Okay, and it's your first day on the job. All right, you haven't been an attorney for that long. You just got out of college, right? You're still learning the ropes. They know it's your first day on the job. You get to work, and your secretary like assaults you basically when you come in. Like first, you literally just step inside the door, and she's like, "Oh, Mr. Johnson,
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. We've got a 5 o'clock appointment with the Tutsons. We've got a 6 o'clock appointment with the Jeffersons. We've got a 7 o'clock appointment with the BGs. We've got a 7 to 8 o'clock appointment with the Rights Council of America. We have a 9 o'clock appointment with the Taco Bell Limited Ltd. We also have several phone call conferences that are going to have to take place in across the day. You're also going to need all this paperwork.
Starts like shoving paperwork in your face, like, but you haven't even made it to your office. Like,
Oh yes, and by the way, Mrs. Begerson is in your office right now, and she wants to talk about the paperwork that's come through. She's very upset. She's very upset that it did not get processed as possible, and we're going to need you to deal with that. Also, by the way, your boss wants to see you at 3 o'clock, and on top of this, you're not allowed to have any breaks today because we just have too much on the table.
And like she never stops talking until you get to your office. And like you're in your office and you're already so overwhelmed on your first day of work that you just want to quit. Like that's PoE. It's not that he couldn't necessarily handle it, and if they had eased him into the position, he probably would have been fine. But like throwing all that at you on your first day, as soon as you walk into the office, like first day, first hour, first minute, throwing all that at you on your first day is insane. And some people make fun of Diablo 4 for like aiming themselves at the casual market, but like I do not think it's a bad thing to ease people into the game. Like I'm not so like stuck up or uptight that I feel like the game needs to be like overly complex. I know that there's always going to be newer players that are getting into a game. Like, I mean, if you guys understood why I started making videos on Diablo 2, you would understand that I've already like researched this in advance. Like I know this topic by heart, basically. Don't die, mercenary, no! So let me explain what I mean. So when I first started making videos on Diablo 2, I made videos on Diablo 2 because I remembered how difficult it was for me to learn Diablo 2 when I first started out. How many mistakes I made. Like how many, you know, like going down the wrong paths I did. You know, like, and also how cryptic Diablo 2 is in general about telling you any of the information that you need to know. So I knew that as the new players got into the game, they were going to fall into these same traps that I fell into when I was learning how to play the game. And so I wanted to be there for them so that they would be able to understand the game better and not get frustrated. And so I literally made a channel designed around teaching newer people how to play Diablo 2 because I knew that there were so many new people who were going to come back from Diablo 2 like LOD into Diablo 2 Resurrected, and they were going to need, you know, like a refresher course on everything to be able to understand like what was going on, like the changes that had taken place since the last time they played the game, if they had played the game at all, the breakpoint systems, the faster cast systems. And there were like hundreds of different things to go over, like how Crushing Blow works, how Deadly Strike works, how Critical Strike damage works, etc. Right? So I literally talked to everybody as if they were brand new players in my videos. Like a lot of people who were more veterans criticized me for it because, you know, I was going over things that they already knew. And I would talk to them on occasion and I would reply to them and I'd be like, okay, I was like, I understand that you already know. I was like, and that's perfectly fine. And if you already know, just skip over that part of the video. I was like, but not everybody knows how this stuff works. There's a lot of people that are coming in for the first time. They don't understand how these mechanics function. I was like, and they need, you know, a little bit of help in understanding, you know, the game. I was like, so, you know, if I have to repeat myself a little bit too much, you know, or if I go over things that you're, you know, well aware of, like how Crushing Blow works or how Deadly Strike works for like the 17th time, you know, like, forgive me. I'm just trying to make sure that the people who don't know get the answer. Like, I can't always assume that everybody knows the answer. If I do that, I'm just going to be a really bad YouTuber. They'd be like, you know, this guy Crushing Blow, and everybody loves that. Moving on. Storm Rider Tabar. Then I'm going to get lots of comments like, what's crushing blow? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Well, you see, crushing blow is when a hammer and a hard space meet for the first time, with like an apple or something in between. And see, the hammer comes down, right, and the rock comes up, and the little apples in the thing, and it gets squished in between, right, and it shoots everywhere, and that's a crushing blow. I don't know if I already have a Storm Rider too behind. Gloves suck. Ceremonial Spear sucks. I already have like 3 light plates. Dude, I about died laughing. I was literally watching the reveal for Path of Exile 2, and the head developer said something along the lines of like, I know that the passive tree can be a little intimidating. He literally had the audacity to say a little intimidating. Boy, the first time you pull up the Path of Exile passive tree,
Yeah, you just want to shut the game.
you just want to turn the game off. Like, you just want to turn it straight off. You're just like, oh, a little bit intimidating, just a little bit. Where is it? Somebody has like a picture of like the whole tree. Hold on, like fully zoomed out, like the whole tree on like an image, and it's just absolutely insane. Yeah, this is a picture of the whole tree, by the way. That was actually the reason I quit the first time. The first time I played Path of Exile, I literally played for a while. I was having a little bit of fun. It was kind of similar to Diablo 2 in some ways, and I liked it. And I got my first points, and I pulled up the tree, and I was like, "What the shit is this?" Pardon my French. I don't know. I bust out laughing. I was like, a little. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's the #1 reason everyone has given me why they quit Path of Exile. I'd be like, did you try a Path of Exile? Did you like it? They'd be like, yeah, it was okay until I pulled up the passive tree, and then I got really intimidated, and I turned off the game, and I never logged back in. In my opinion, they would be much better off just simply removing that passive tree until higher in the leveling process. I really mean it. Like, they should really just take that passive tree and just shunt it like Diablo 2 did. Just move it to like level 50 or something like that. Make it so that passive tree just isn't in the game until you get to a certain point. Because if you did, then players would be invested. Like, by the time they got to level 50, they would be invested. Yeah, the PoE 2 tree is pretty much identical. It's even more complicated. They showed it in the reveal. I mean, I'm sure I can find a picture of it too. It's literally no different. They had a picture of it in the reveal. This is the Path of Exile 2 tree here. For clarity. It's not much different. But we were talking about Path of Exile 1. That's why I brought up the Path of Exile 1 tree. But they would be much better off holding this tree off until later in the game. Waiting till like around level 50 or something before they present this tree to you would be a massive win in their favor. Because showing this tree to you at level 1 is stupid. Or level 2, or technically, or whatever. Like, it's just stupid to show this tree to you so early. It's too complex for most people, and it just pushes people away from the game. If you wait until later, until the player has a better understanding of their character and how their character works, this tree becomes a lot easier to understand for someone who's more invested into the game. But right off the bat, you show something like this to a player, they're immediately going to be like intimidated.
Not in town.
It is bigger than the PoE2 tree. Yes, that was one of the things that they added, but it was not in PoE2, was that you can respec the tree now. So you can respec the tree with gold, and that's straight up something from Diablo 2, by the way.
That's actually really good.
They talked about
Diablo
that
2 or Diablo 4?
Diablo 4, sorry. Diablo 4 respecing for gold. In Diablo 4, you know how you can just go into the tree at any time and pull something out and it just costs a little bit of gold? Apparently you can do that in Path of Exile 2 now. That was not something you could do in Path of Exile 1 from what I remember. Although maybe they may have added it. Maybe somebody who's more up to date with Path of Exile 1 can confirm or not, like how easy it was to respec that tree. I mean, I remember I tried to respec it and I couldn't. I made some mistakes early on, so I can't remember what I did. I tried to respec the tree and I couldn't pull any points out. I don't remember exactly what I was doing wrong. I mean, some of the changes that I do like, you know, just to speak of, you know, positively, some of the changes that I do like are them moving the skill gems from the equipment to the skill gem, like, panel. So it used to be you would put, like, skill gems in your equipment and stuff. And, that was kind of a clunky and unwieldy process that made it more difficult to swap out pieces of equipment. So, like, if you wanted to swap out your gear, for instance, like, say you wanted to swap out your chest piece, it was a little bit more complicated because you had to obviously swap out all your skill gems, too, and everything else. And I remember, like, trying to swap out a piece of equipment one time, and it took me, like, hours just to swap out, like, a chest piece. So them moving the skill gems, I think, to their own panel is a really good move because that takes away a little bit of the gear complexity and makes it a little bit easier to swap pieces of equipment. I mean, that's definitely an improvement. I like that a lot. I also like the ability to respec the passive tree with gold. That is definitely a very good move. Eduardo said it was the Orbs of Regret, which was a currency in the game. I don't remember getting far enough to have any Orbs of Regret to respec my character, so I must have not really gotten as far as you guys. I mean, granted, I was, like, barely able to hang on playing the game, so... I tried to play it with my nephew one time. He wanted to play. And I think he ended up playing it a lot more than me. But my thing is if you're going to have a tree like that that's like nearly infinitely complex, why are we making it more difficult for people to play around in the tree?
I'm missing my Mercenary.
The Wistons? I mean, not Wistons. What am I blanking? It's the red shield. Mosers. 199 Mosers. It's kind of nice. Nages. I don't know if I have a Nages circlet. It's so common though. Like I can't imagine me not having that. I don't need Vidalas either. Need to get my Merc back. My Merc back. Back.
Yes.
The sisterhood welcomes
You know, it's funny. In Diablo 3,
greetings.
We're going back to talk about Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, the people who like Diablo 3 basically want to just turn their brain off, and they want to play the game without any kind of like interaction whatsoever. They want to just.
I totally agree with that. It's funny because I don't mind Diablo 3. I liked it, but it was specifically for that purpose.
It was like, yeah, it's like turn your brain off, like play the game. Like those people, those Diablo 3 players ain't playing Path of Exile. You ain't turning your brain off while you're playing Path of Exile. I don't think that's happening. Not until you get like your build established. You're not going to be just jamming. I mean, I've had a lot of arguments about like respeccing, and like I was there at the beginning when Diablo 2 had like no respecs, and it was pretty much like, oh, you made a mistake, delete your character, try again. You know, yeah, that was pretty much like the whole thing with Diablo 2 back in the day. Was if you put like 1 point in the wrong place, it was just okay, delete your character. Like, yeah, like you're serious? There's no way I can respec? No. Yeah, you effed up. Like, I hate to say it. Like, this, way to go, buddy. Maybe you'll think twice before you put one point in the wrong place. Like one strength in the wrong place, and you end up not being able to wear your armor, and it like ruins your whole build. Like, I can't just get 1 point back? No.
The first time I ever played I had no clue what I was. I mean, no one knew way back when, but
yeah, max strength on your barbarian, right? All right.
Yeah, it was even worse. I remember going, "Oh, I'm just gonna get every skill in the game, like bash and whatever."
Oh yeah, 1 point everything. 1 point every
1
skill.
point in everything. I didn't really realize there was a limit, and like the first playthrough, I remember doing that.
Dude, 1 point every skill. That is the way. That is the way.
I was like, I'll just max everything. And then it was delete the character.
But, you know, having come from that, like that era, the era of you literally delete your character if you make a mistake, and then going into other games where they give you like infinite respecs, where you get as many respecs as you possibly can, like I started to realize that it's really just artificial, like kind of like artificial difficulty. Imagine if you were only allowed to read 1 page of a book, and every time you read 1 page of the book, they made you like run around the house 3 times. And then you could come back in and you could read another page of the book. But then as soon as you read page 2, you had to run around the house 3 times. Like, you know, it's needlessly causing like a delay in the person's understanding of how like the system works. Whereas in Diablo 4, and I actually absolutely adore Diablo 4 for this, is that being able to just sit there at the training dummy and like respec my character, you know, like you remember that whole day that I did like the Thorns testing con, where I sat there and I just like pull a point out, do this, like check that, put a point in the skill, like grab this passive, and I just sat there for like hours, like testing things at the training dummy. Like if you can't do that in a game these days, like what are the developers thinking? Are they just trying to waste your time? Like, if I can't sit in town and just sit there and play with my skills and, like, try and figure out what's the best, you know, like, direction that I need to go in, then, like, what are we doing? Like, just, we're trying to, like, deliberately waste our players' time is what we're trying to do. And while I do agree that, like, that old, you know, like, freaking ridiculous Diablo 2 from the beginning where they were, you know, obviously we're just like, oh, you messed up, delete your whole character, try again. That was a whole era. You know, and it taught me to be more stingy with my points, which I do like. You know, I like the fact that Diablo 2 taught me that back in the day because now I'm not stupid like a lot of the other people that play Diablo 2. Where like they're like, "Oh, do you have a token?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's like day 1 of ladder. What do you mean do I have a token? Like what did you do?" "Oh, well, well, when I got to, like, Act 2 normal, I respec my character because I didn't like the stats I had. And then when I got to, like, Act 1 Nightmare, I respec again. And then, but I kind of messed it up. So I had to re-respec my character again, and now my character's all still messed up because I messed up my strength points, and I can't even wear my weapon or my armor. And I'm like, it's day 1 of ladder, bro. Like, you didn't. It's not that serious. You didn't have to respec your character 3 times on day 1 of ladder. Boy already needs a token. I'm like, holy Jesus! Why do you already need a token? Chunks is over there. He's still got like all 3 of his resets because he won't even use a reset on his character. He only uses tokens. Me, I just level up my character from level 1 to like 80, and I never use a respec the entire time. But I mean, that's the difference between knowing the system and not knowing the system. If I was a brand new player, I wouldn't know the system, and I would have no clue what the hell I was doing. And, like, you know, you're just playing around with stuff. You can't really play around with stuff in D2 like you can in other games. That's why I use offline hero editor all the time, so I can respec my character like 17,000 times. I mean, how many times have I done theory crafts? I go offline, I do my hero editor, I change things out. I got like infinite respecs offline just so I can play with stuff. I don't do that stuff online. That's silly. So I mean, that's a good change too. Like them moving toward like, well, what do we call it? The gold standard. Them moving toward the gold standard for respecing, I think is a good move across the board, especially for Path of Exile. And I think this is doubly true when you think about it. Okay, the more complex a game becomes, the more necessary it is to have an infinite respec system. The less complex a game is, the less necessary it is to have an infinite respec system. So games like Diablo 2 can get away with not having infinite respecs, but they do, and they don't. They have kind of like a a barrier there that you got to like go farm the the mats so you can make the tokens, right, or you can purchase the tokens. But the more complex you make a game, the more important it is that respecing is an easy process, because then you have players who are trying to figure out the game and they can't figure out the game because respecing becomes a whole thing. Like if I got to go through like a 5-hour ordeal just to figure out whether like one passive is better for me than another, that's not cool. I like to play characters all the way through from beginning to end. That's the way I like to do things in Diablo 2. I don't like to respec my character 17 times. Like, I want to see if I can make that character work from the beginning to the end, no matter what it is. Like, if I ever play a Hammerden, like, again, which I probably won't because I'm honestly bored with them. I was bored with Hammerdens years ago. But, like, if I ever played a Hammerden again, I would be a Hammerden from the beginning. Like I would be a Hammerden from level 1. I know that you can't actually get access to hammers until much later in the game, but I would be a Hammerden from level 1. Which means I would probably just grab Might Aura, and I would grab the prerequisites up to hammers. I would be using Concentration Aura until I got access to Blessed Hammer. I would start putting in the points, and so forth and so on. And I would work my way up to it in a more natural way to see how I could potentially make that work for my character. And that's kind of the cool thing about leveling up a character from scratch and not respecing yourself like 30 times, is that you get a better understanding of how those characters function and what you need to make them work at an early level, where a lot of people just bypass it entirely. They're like, oh, play a Hammerden from level 1? What are you, an idiot? I'm just going to be a Holy Fire Paladin and respec 6 times. Six respects later. 6 respects later. I kind of want to hang on to this Bone Flesh, but I think I already have several Bone Fleshes. We'll check. No playing around D2. It's a serious job. It is my job. You shush. I work here.
can I take?
Deckard Kane, identify these items immediately. Oh, let's talk about something else that's like a gold standard for me for ARPGs. This space in between the two windows. I know it seems really simple, okay? But this is a gold standard for me for ARPGs. I need this space in between the windows now. Like, in the original game, there was no space in between the windows. Or you at least have this space here if you only had one window open. But, like, I've played some ARPGs where, like, when you open up the panels, it covers up the entire screen. And it doesn't allow you to keep manipulating your character when you have a panel open. And, like, in D2R, they made it even better for me because you can have both panels open and you can still manipulate the game. Like, this is a gold standard for me across the board. Games need to have this, all of them. I want all of them to be able, for me to be able to open up panels, doesn't matter what panel I'm opening, I need to be able to open up panels and still manipulate the game while these panels are open. I should have 2 panels open and still be able to manipulate the game. And honestly, that should be across the board on every ARPG that's ever existed at this point. It's too good. It is too freaking good. And when I play a game that doesn't have it, I get upset. Literally get upset. I need it. Holy Shield. I love Holy Shield. Another gold standard that D2R taught me is I don't like buffs that only last for like 2 or 3 seconds. I don't want to have to micromanage my buffs. Diablo 4 has really made me angry with that kind of stuff. Like their constant need to make the buffs like little tiny durations.
I really don't understand it, to be honest.
Like when they've got like those little buffs, it's like you get a 50% damage bonus for 2 seconds, and I'm like 2 seconds? Do I even have enough time to like swing my weapon after the ability is over? Like, can I get a swing in? No, I can't. It's like, what is this 2 seconds even doing for me? Like, you get a damage bonus for 0.5 seconds, and you're like, 0.5? Meanwhile, in Diablo isn't shy about anything. They're like, oh yeah, your frozen armor lasts for 180 seconds, no big deal. And if you beef it up, like it can last for like 10 minutes. Like, yeah, we don't even care. Like, beef that jank up and get up there for like 216 seconds. Sure. Two seconds later. I'm gonna get this SoJ one way or another. We're gonna keep doing it all day. I don't care. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I want my SoJ. I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Sick of it, my friends. I'm sick of it. Sick of it, sick of it, sick of it. 7 years later.
Well, guys, I finally got my sword.
Diablo 6 is out. PoE 7.
Cooldowns are bad and good.
I just don't think cooldowns really have a place in ARPGs. I don't know. Yeah, I think you can design around cooldowns. I don't think you have to add cooldowns into the game. I feel like it's lazy. It's lazy programming for people to have cooldowns. I mean, look at D2. D2 is like one of the gold standards of the ARPG world. Not a single cooldown in sight. It's got duration buffs. Like, it has duration buffs, but it doesn't have any cooldowns. About the only thing, maybe, that you could consider a cooldown in Diablo 2 is the next hit delay system, which does prevent you from being able to apply an effect to a monster like at a rate faster than, you know, the next hit delay system would allow. So the next hit delay system prevents you from being able to spam abilities at targets, which I guess technically could be a form of a cooldown. It's like an internal cooldown system that prevents, you know, abilities from applying at a faster rate than the game wants to allow you to apply those abilities. Frozen Orb has a casting delay, which isn't really quite the same thing. I mean, you could maybe classify that as a cooldown, but it's really just you can hold down the button. I mean, if we're saying 0.5 seconds is a cooldown, then I don't really know what we're considering cooldowns. If we were talking about like a 5-second casting delay, then yeah, that would be a cooldown, or like a 10-second casting delay. But it's like 0.5 seconds, or it's like 0.25 seconds. I don't really think that really counts. Those are casting delays, and casting delays are usually very short. Extremely short. I don't know very many games that have cooldowns that are like 1 second. Like 1 second cooldowns, or something even shorter than that. I think the longest casting delay in the game is 1 second. Similarly, I think the longest next hit delay in the game is 1 second. Man, they're trying to get me in trouble with these chiptunes. I'm pretty sure that was literally like one of the most copyrighted songs ever. I remember one time that I accidentally played that, like a little tiny fraction of that on one of my streams, and my stream was like locked down. Like it was like your video cannot be viewed. Like normally they'll just take away my monetization, but no, with this particular song, it said your video cannot be viewed in any of the following countries, and I'm pretty sure it was every single country. I'm pretty sure it was all the countries. Like they should have just said all. Like it would have been a little easier just to write the word all, because I don't think there was a single country that was left out on the list. It's that what's that one company, they do like it's like an orchestra. I can't remember the name of it. I remember orchestra is in the name, and they do things like I'll probably get copyrighted just for doing that. Dude, they're extreme with their copyrights. Like they're the ones that like will lock down your whole video, like it's not viewable in any country. I think it's like the Grand Symphony Orchestra or something like that. Well, it's funny because the next hit delay system was also, you know, revamped in D2R to be less restrictive, which I think was a huge improvement overall. That while, yeah, you probably want to have an next hit delay system on some abilities, but wow, that's a lot of attack rating for a helmet. 80% bonus attack rating based on character level, and it also has 30 attack rating on it. It's still not better than a lot of the other attack rating options. It's also kind of high level. Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Yes, that is it. Trans-Siberian Orchestra. So you can copyright things if you play them in a different format. Like if you take a song and then change it a little bit and like, you know, throw in your own lyrics or something, you can then copyright older stuff, which is totally legitimate. I actually ran into this when I was trying to play a specific song for New Year's. And I was looking up whether or not Auld Lang Syne was copyrighted. You know, like, let old acquaintance be forgot and never want to... Can't remember all the lyrics. But anyway, so I was looking that up, right? And, like, the answer to the question was, no. It is not copyrightable. It is open source. And that means that anybody can do anything with it. However, I also came across another answer, which was yes, that it is. Because apparently, if you re-release the song in your own special way, like for instance, let's say, I don't know, like Ariana or something decided that she wanted to sing Auld Lang Syne and like put her own music to it and stuff like that and just kind of like remix the lyrics a little bit. Now it becomes copyrightable underneath of her name because she turned it into a like transformative work or something like that, right? So I had to look up like the really old version of the song. Like I had to find the dirt oldest recording that I could because that recording is not copyrightable. But other recordings in the future, like the ones that have been made by other people, are copyrightable, which is a whole nother thing. So like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, like playing music from various, you know, like old dead musicians or composers, you know, like it's it can get complicated. Well, I found an ethereal Ginther's Rift. That's neat. Those are fun to upgrade and turn into neat low-level weapons because it turns into a phase blade. So has repairs durability on it and everything. It's also just good as is because it has repairs durability. So it's a pretty decent, like, low-level weapon. Can a Sork use a repeating crossbow like a necromancer? All classes can use all equipment as far as I'm aware, except for, like, class-specific pieces of gear. Wow, apparently there's some, like, crazy stuff going on with Trans-Siberian Orchestra. A lot more than I thought.
Why do you say that?
I just did, like, a cursory search. I don't even want to talk about the results. I was just looking for, like, some people talking about the copyright infringement. Apparently there's, like, a whole thing going on with them right now. I don't know. Something about somebody who was forced to, like, take a shower with, like, a trans person, like, when they didn't want to or something. I don't... It's really weird. Like, it's really, really weird. I don't even want to get into that. I back right out. Back right on up, fast as could be. I disappeared into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Can't pay me enough money for that. Colwyn's Point. What is that, a Serpent Lord? I don't know if I have a Serpent Lord. I'll hang on to that. What is that, a Dark Glow? Just a whole bunch of crazy stuff. So many uniques. No ring. Just ring mail. Kinda got excited for a second there when I saw ring. And then I saw the mail. And I was like, oh, okay. So not what I want.
I was going to ask you, in D4, they're putting a new chess piece in for the barb that it tries to combine Hoda and Earthquake. And
yeah.
one of the elements is like you can, if you hit an Earthquake with Hoda, you ignite it for all its damage. And there's on your weapons you can roll Earthquake duration. Do you think that's going to be pretty kind of like what you were doing with
yeah, it's worth, it'd be worth definitely be worth testing. Like if you increase the duration of the earthquake to a massive degree and then ignite the entire earthquake to do all the damage of the earthquake over the entire duration at one time, I mean, it depends on whether or not it takes into account the duration, right? So
yeah,
it'll be easy enough to test.
Yeah, right.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Foxman. And Wish Koala.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Mercenary. You poor pathetic soul. Bunch of poopies. Why does Jennifer poop the parties? Does she not have a pooper at home? Do I use the Holy Grail app? I used to. Up until the point where I literally found every single item and I didn't need it anymore. There's only like one item in the entire game I haven't found, and I don't need the app to tell me that. I don't need the app no more because I found them all. I got everything there is except for one item, son. And without fail, every single time I tell people about this item, they're like, oh, I got 6 of those in my stash. You don't have 6 of those in your stash, okay? You don't have 6 of them in your stash. You're embarrassing yourself. The item that I have not found yet is called the Ward Shield. Alright? The ward shield. The ward shield. Spirit ward shield. I say it like that because I want to make sure that you guys understand. It's not a gothic shield, okay? Okay? It's not a gothic shield. Every time I tell people about this, they immediately think of this shield, okay? They immediately think of this shield. They're like, oh man, I got like 17 of those in my stash. Like, what are you talking about? You're so stupid. Can't believe you don't have one of those yet. But when I'm really talking about this shield, which is the Spirit Ward shield, they're not the same shield, okay? They're not the same shield, guys. They're not the same shield, okay? This one is the Ward Gothic shield, okay? And this one is the Spirit Ward shield, okay? They're two completely different shields. This one, I found 10 trillion, kabillion, chameleon to the 17th power of them, okay? For some reason or another, though, I have never, not even once, found one of these. Not one time. I don't know why. It's eluding me. It doesn't want to fall for me. See, Travis has 6 of those in his stash. You see? I'm gonna fight Travis in the streets. You know what I'm gonna do, Travis? I'm gonna accidentally spill some female deer and heat urine on you so that the bucks come out of the woods and fight you themselves. I'll just have an army of deer chasing after you, and they're all gonna try and like hump you because I accidentally spilled some doe and heat urine on you.
You promise?
Dang it, Con, not you again! Accidentally, he says. Accidentally. Of course, accidentally.
Stay a while and listen.
It's bad enough getting it in your hands. It's terrible. I'm not even, like, making up this stuff. Like, this is real stuff that's actually occurred. There's a guy on the internet who actually does this. He, like, gets a camera and he puts it up on, like, a tripod. And he puts the doe, deer, and heat urine on himself. And then he goes out in the woods, like, near the camera. And, like, the deer come out because they smell him. And then he, like, wrestles the deer. He literally fights the deer. Like, that's apparently, like, a thing that he does. I wonder how many deer he's fought. He's gonna fight them all. Does he keep, like, count? Does he have, like, a record of how many deer he's fought? Is it just the same deer who hangs around waiting? He's like,
you should contact, like, Guinness.
Rematch. Getting a rematch on this boy. It's like, I'm waiting. He thinks he's so smart. He thinks he's so smart. Wait till he comes back out. I'm gonna hit him with the 1-2. Yeah, why hunt deer? Why not just go out and fight them? You could just fight them. That's even better. I'm like, yeah, fought a 10 point. Yeah, fought a 10 point yesterday. It was pretty fun. He was a fighter. Oh yeah. Yeah, but I won though. I won. You know, I took one of his points as a trophy. Just got like a point hanging around your neck. Yep. It's like some deer shows up in your yard. He's like staring at the guy. He's missing a point. He wants a rematch. An Io rune. What the hell is with these drops? She just gave me an Io rune, a pair of sharkskin gloves, which is grave palms. I think I've already got a pair of those. She also gave me a Bardiche, which is the dim oak's hue. And a Jared stone. And then she also gave me that really weird greatsword. I think that's the Patriarch? Yeah, it's the Patriarch. She gave me a Patriarch. Why'd she give me a Patriarch for? I don't even know if I have that. Now I have to go check. And it's huge and it takes up way too much inventory space. Why can't you just give me a SoJ? Why you gotta give me all this crap? Poison damage, charm stack on the same character, yes. As long as you're holding them on the same character. Then they do indeed stack. IO runes for days, IO runes for wears. IO runes, IO runes, IO runes for days. I want to remake my Zealer. I freaking love that Zealer. I need to get like a really nice like F-Death Colossus sword. Or is it Blade? I can't remember. Remake my ridiculous Zealer, run around murdering everything. Dying, Zadiel. Dying, give me a SoJ. Poopies, and also poopies. That is what you call the big poop. That is when you sit down and it does not want to come out. You have to squeeze it out. And then it just like rips you in two. You look into the toilet to see what the hell just happened. Because you want to know who just assaulted you. What was that movie where the guy, like, he was so big, he went to the bathroom and they, like, went in there and they were looking at it and it was sticking up above the toilet seat. And he was like, holy crap, he would have had to, like, get up off of that thing. Like, oh, man, it was rough. Might have been a couple of them, actually. I think like they did it on the Austin Powers movie with Fat Bastard. I think they also did it on a couple other ones.
I haven't seen those movies in a long time.
Nice. Congrats, Donovan. I like older movies. I don't like a lot of the newer stuff. I think the newer stuff's kind of bad.
Yeah, they've got worse.
Maybe I'm just old or like stuck in the mud or something, but like it, I don't know, there's something special about like the 80s movies. They need to go back to the way they were doing like the 80s and 90s movies. They look way better. All this CGI and stuff, it's like overdone. It's way overdone. Well, I don't know. And on top of that, they're getting lazy with the CGI too. Like, they don't even have like good CGI in half the movies now. Now it's just lazy CGI. Like, you go take a look at CGI and like the Avengers movies, like, you know, like Endgame and stuff, and then compare Endgame to like stuff that's like coming out now. Like, it looks like it's like baby stuff by comparison. You would think that CGI would be advancing, like it would be getting easier for them to do it, not getting worse. I mean, computers are getting more and more powerful. Like, the technology is getting more and more readily available. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. My boy's about to die, and I ain't got the potions to heal him. What's up, Bobby Billions?
What's going on, Ginger?
I was trying to farm a SoJ, you know, be a possible task.
You still rocking single player right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out how to start up my single player account for a little while. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm going to get a chance to play D2R Season 9 since PoE is scheduled at the same time, so I want to get my D2R fix in now.
I've been doing that too, actually, for the past few days. Not gonna lie.
Get my D2R fix in right now. Right now.
Man, crazy how PoE 2's popularity has exploded.
I mean, people are excited to try something new.
Do sure.
The ARPG market has always been like that, I feel like. I mean, I feel like ever since I played Diablo 2, I was always looking for the next game. Doesn't necessarily mean that the game will be successful. Like, Last Epoch, I think, had insane popularity too when it was launching, and I don't see hardly as many people playing Last Epoch anymore.
I really didn't see the pull from Last Epoch. I personally didn't really see the pull from it.
Man, I watched and I saw, like, there was the content creators were all over it. Like, everybody was talking about it. It was going to be the next Messiah, Jesus.
I'm not saying people weren't hyped about it. I just didn't understand the hype because I just didn't feel the same way. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that it didn't have hype. I understand that it did, and you are right. People were going crazy, and I was just like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't see it.
I mean, I'm not particularly crazy for PoE 2, but it's, you know, it's a new ARPG. It's got significant improvements, I think, over Path of Exile 1. I mean, we were talking about some of the improvements earlier, like the ability to respec the tree with gold instead of being forced to get those stupid orbs. Like the trying to, like, the moving of the skill things from the gear to the skill panel, which I think is a very good move. I mean, there's definite improvements, like, in PoE 2 that make me interested to at least give it another try.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't play PoE 1, like, a lot was only because I didn't start early enough and there was just too much in the game. By the time I was like, I'm gonna give it a try. And then I was like, I don't wanna go spend 80 hours learning how to play the game.
You don't want to get your college degree?
I just want to play the game.
You don't want to get your college degree? What's wrong? Oh, come on. You gotta get your college
I
degree.
played one season and I just focused on one build, and I was like, we're just gonna do this one thing and that's it. And it was okay. Like I said, just by the time I started playing, there was just too much, and I was like, yeah, that's way too much right now.
There's the idea that the more advanced we get with technology, the dumber we get because of ease of use. I mean, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I do think that there's an argument to be made for when things are harder, people get more ingenious with their solutions. I think that's definitely a reality. I mean, that's been proven time and time again. Like in Diablo 2, they didn't have the technology that they do now, and arguably if they had made Diablo 2 like today, if you got that same crew together and put them to task to make Diablo 2 today, as if they had never made the game before, there's a very good chance that Diablo 2 might not have come out as good as it was previously because of the, like, budgets. You know, like you have way more money now, or you have way more technology and resources at your disposal, so things become easier and you have to be less creative in your, you know, your results. But, like, I mean, that's something else entirely, and, like, you can artificially create that as well. Like, what was it, Ryan Reynolds, when he was making the Deadpool Wolverine movie, like, they tried to offer him this, like, insanely large budget, and he turned them down. He's like, look, because I understand that you guys are excited. We've had 2 really successful movies, and you guys want the next one to be successful too. He's like, but there's something to be said for working within the constraints of, you know, like a budget, and like having
an actual budget, and not just throwing money at it.
Yeah, and so, like, he basically said, like, I want the budget to be lower, so that we have to be more ingenious with what we come up with, and that's 100% true. Like, when you make the budget, or you make the process harder, it forces people to be more creative with their results, which is different entirely than like what you're talking about. You're talking about is like the technology makes things easier, which I agree. But at the same time, I mean, you can still artificially constrain yourself to certain ways of doing things, like Ryan Reynolds did, where he's like, you know, don't give us an infinite budget. You know, we need to have like some sort of creativity here. Like we want to like actually have a process at which we're doing things, and I think that's admirable.
Not here.
And maybe that's why some of the games are just, you know, not as good, because they're not trying to get around, you know, the problems that a lot of the older games were. I wish I could find a SoJ, but I just want a SoJ. Just one SoJ, please. Just one. That's all I need. Just one. I don't even need more than one. Just one SoJ.
Yep. Trying to get your Annie on.
Yeah, my single player Annie, you know. Gotta get my 10-10-5, you know. Gotta get that 10-10-5. Let's go.
No, it's just going to be a triple 10.
No, triple 10? Okay. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I'll take a triple 10.
No. I forgot how bad my mana was on this character.
No SoJ for you!
Come on. Get in one nice little big pack. That's what I want to see.
I don't know. They made me laugh during the reveal, though. They were they were like, the developer, like the head developer. He goes. I know the passive tree can be a little intimidating. Dabot died. I was like, a little intimidating. I was like, people straight up quit your game when they open that thing. Like they'll open the passive tree and they're just like, oh, that's it. I'm out. Peace.
It happened. That is for sure.
A little intimidating. Just a skosh. Just a skosh. Just a little skosh. Just a skoshy skosh. A rust handle. The rustiest of handles. A handle so rusty. I actually thought about that one day, like when I was learning about the like lockjaw and stuff like that. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, if rusty swords give you tetanus, I was like, well, why would I ever clean my weapon? I was like, I would just leave that jank as rusty. That jank would be as rusty as it would get. Like I would just let that jank rust. I don't even care. You know why? Because that way when I'm fighting some guy, even if he wins, you know, like if I get a good slice or two in, he's got tetanus and he's dying anyway. I'm taking him with me.
That's rude.
Like you don't even have to kill anyone. Like if you're just out there spreading tetanus to everybody, like you're just swinging your sword and like you cut one guy, oh he's dead. You cut another guy, oh he's dead. Like it might not be right in the middle of the fight, you know, but it's gonna be like a couple days later, like 4 or 5 days later, like when his tetanus really starts to like kick in, he gonna be dead. All right, so like why am I cleaning all my swords and stuff? I'm just gonna like I'll keep them sharp, but they won't be clean. Like they'll be sharp but not clean. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll have like a poo bucket. That's what I'll do. Like right before just right before the fight, I'll just dip my sword in a poo bucket. I'll just have like a real tall. They'll be like, "What do you think this bucket was for?" It's like 5 feet long and it's really tall. And I'll be like, "Oh, that's my poo bucket." Like you guys didn't have a poo bucket when you went to war, like I'm just gonna dip my sword in this poo bucket before we get started. All right. Like it's okay. Like don't get hit by accident by my poo sword. All right, this is not. I can't save you. Like I don't got antibiotics or nothing. Like, you know how the people be like, oh, you can't make a poison without the antidote. Like, no. Antidote? What? This is poo. That's what this is. Sepsis. That's what you're going to get. Sepsis, tetanus. I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff in there. What gave me the idea was like the net, like I was watching the National Geographic channel, and they did like a whole special on the monitor lizard or the Komodo dragon, and they're talking about the Komodo dragon, and they're like the Komodo dragon is a lazy hunter, and I'm like, what do you mean he's a lazy hunter? And they're like, the Komodo dragon has a really nasty mouth. He never brushes his teeth, and I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, so when he bites somebody, like they pretty much always die eventually from like horrible gonorrheic diseases of like mega AIDS and like hyper cancer, and I'm like, wait a minute. So the Komodo dragon just like has this really nasty mouth, just never brushes his teeth ever, bites the guy one time, like kind of just follows him around with his arms crossed, like, yeah, you're gonna die eventually. And then as soon as he falls down from his horrible, debilitating like fever illness that he's given him, like then the Komodo dragon comes in and eats him. Probably like amplifies his mega AIDS in his mouth, because now he's eating something that's been infected by the bacteria, so he's just like re-upping his infection. And I was like, well, why wouldn't people do that in like warfare? Like you just have like a poo sword and you just run around slicing everybody with your poo sword. I mean, you don't even got to do anything. You just slice them once with your poo sword and they're infected, and then what are they gonna do? We ain't got no antibiotics. There ain't no, penicillin. We ain't got no penicillin yet. You did, sucker. That's poo sword right there. That's a rusty poo sword at that. I don't know what you're dying from, but it's gonna be one like tetanus, maybe some like smallpox, or I don't know. I don't know what's in there. Like that's like a combination of poo too. That's like Jeff and Jeb and George and Johnson, and I threw a couple turds in there myself. There was a goat. There's a goat one in there. There's a cow one in there. We threw a cow one in there too. Like, I don't even know what this one is. We just found this one in the forest. It was just sitting there, like on a log. We were like, this looks good. Let's throw that in the bucket.
Oh, a thresher? Can't wait to see what that's going to be.
The poo bucket. You just have to make sure you don't accidentally cut yourself with your own sword. Dang it! You hand your poo bucket down to your son. Son, always put your sword in this before every battle. No enemy will ever make it home to see their wives and children.
Good? Nope. Wait, where's that thresher? There it is.
Hound shield, Mosers, another Mosers. I got so many Mosers. Butcher's pupil? I'll take a butcher's pupil. I don't think I have one of those yet.
Yeah, I restarted my Grail. I deleted everything on single player.
You dirty hoe.
Had a lot too.
Vile. Well, I see it's time. Time to do it off, mule.
We need to off mule crap.
Do 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 do. Oh, I do have several butcher's pupils. Okay. Never mind then. I don't have a warlord's trust in here though, do I? No, I don't. Ha ha ha. Got another giblin toes. Having multiple giblin toes is fine. Those are 60% enhanced giblin toes too. I like those. Those are nice. Find my unique staves real quick so I get these staves out of my inventory. Oh, what's that, Cyrus? Got 4 pairs of Osiris boots. Is that enough? Never. I found an ethereal Ginther's Rift. Kind of neat.
Nice. It's not a very common item. Especially if you're going for a full grail, that thing is.
If I tried farming somewhere first before going to Andy. I was pretty much just like spam farming Andy, but you're right. Like going to other places could be nice. Could change it up a little bit. Could swoopity swoopity swappity swoops.
What are you doing, Nightmare or Hell?
I'm doing Nightmare because I'm just trying to target the SoJ. I'm failing miserably, but you know.
So, what? Throw Rock and Issue and Cold Kill into the mix? Can both of those drop it?
I can't remember. I mean, I figure anything. Ugh, so many swords. Too many swords and axes and craziness. What are you playing, Con? You on D4?
He is playing nothing, apparently.
Nothing. He's just hanging out with us because we're cool kids. We're cool kids. As long as we do not poop the parties. We do not want to poop the parties.
Man, I might have to go back to Nightmare Cows and find myself some Grand Charms. What did I take off to put my MF stuff on? Oh, I got a lore and a spirit. Give me some plus to skills, I guess.
Such high energy music over here. The Spine Ripper. What? Dual Spine Rippers? What? Is that Heart Carver Rondell at?
Oh, I forgot I found that. I could probably switch over to cold. Or do hybrid for now.
2 SoJs in 4 days. You're a dirty whore, Henry. Henry's dream. More like Henry's whore.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that.
Identical. I don't need
Oh, I
to.
guess I could make a better lore helmet, right? Put this one back in the stash. Make one with a little more defense on it.
I got an ethereal salamander.
Lord soul.
Did I get my SoJ yet? No. Thanks for asking. I decided to keep all the gems for my single player playthrough. I didn't want to like... up transmuting is like so important when you're on single player, and like not having the right gem to up transmute is such a pain in my butt. So I started keeping like all the gem types. I don't throw none away anymore. I don't even up transmute them unless I absolutely need some perfects.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be leaving mine alone for the most part.
I mean, just throw them on a mule,
And
name
then,
diamonds, or throw them on a mule, name sapphires, and just move on.
Every now and then I'll go and shrine farm. Ooh, nice.
Your presence honors me.
Your presence honors me.
Ooh, take that.
I mean, I figure once I have like a mule build to the brim with every kind of topaz, I mean, I could probably just start up transmuting them at that point. Like, I don't want to run out. If I need to transmute up like anything, I want to be able to up transmute. I want to be able to do it. It's not like I can trade with anybody, so. Like, I had that whole burr rune farm where I could literally farm infinite burr runes, and then I realized, I was like, oh, well, this sucks. I was like, I can't even upgrade the burr runes because I don't have the gem that's required to do that. I was like, oh, yay. So I had to literally go through the process of, like, farming those gems just to be able to up transmute it, and that's when I realized, I'm like, okay, well, this is stupid. I was like, I'm gonna have to like hang on to pretty much every gemstone for the most part just to be able to do this. And so I did. I started hanging on to like all of them. I'm like, okay, well, if I want to up transmute a rune, I was like, I'm gonna have to do it this way. And somebody was like, you just have infinite runes now because you have access to the infinite burr runes. And I'm like, really? I was like, well, where am I up? I was like, I can't even up transmute them. I don't have enough sapphires.
Yeah, where's my low rune?
I had to just start collecting gems by the dozens. Even then, I still don't have enough because it takes so many. Like, so it's like one sapphire to turn one burr into a jaw, and then it's 2 or it's 3 to turn the burrs into a like the next one on the list. So from the jaw you need 2 jaws, right? So you gotta do 4 burrs, which is 2 sapphires into a jaw, and then you've got 4 jaws, which need to be transmuted into, you know, the next one, which is the cham, and then 4 to transmute. And by the time you're done, you need like friggin', what is it? 2, 4, 6, 8.
2, 4,
it's
8.
like 8 to get to a Zod rune, and you're just like, it burns through all your sapphires so fast. I literally just had to start collecting them because I knew that I was never going to reach what I needed if I didn't.
And I'm just over here like, I wish I had some bird runes. I got a Malin and Ist in my inventory right now. I would love to make me some Infinity action. Infinity changes my whole game.
Infinity in Schminity. Oh yeah, and bases too. Like, even if you have the runes, that doesn't mean you have the bases. Which is also a whole nother, like, ball of wax. I find myself often in that terrible, like, situation where I just have no bases to actually make the rune words in.
Yeah. But I'm a Javazon. I just go to cows. I'll find a base. It'll happen.
I can see it now. Infinity in a like a brandy stock.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, because Infinity changes the Javazon's entire life.
Okay, almost got everything off build. Almost. Okay. I can hear like every click Bob makes. This is hilarious. You've clicked a lot in the past couple minutes. Let me just say that. I don't know if I can count how many clicks, but that's a lot of clicks. Your mouse is loud. You have loud mouse.
My bad.
I didn't even realize it because I'm so used to it as a gamer. Like it just kind of like was background noise for me. But then I realized I'm not clicking. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not clicking. I was like, why is there so much clicking going on? What the hell is this? I was like, it must be Bob.
Why am I still on jab? Back to charge strike. I only go to jab when I'm fighting something that's immune to lightning.
You hear that? That was pretty cool. Okay, here we go. So I need one more helmet, one more boots. There's the boots. I'm about one piece of equipment away from never picking up another piece of Saigon equipment like the rest of my life. I'm excited about it too. Got a really sweet drop earlier. Picked up a string of ears. It's 8% lifesteal, 180% enhanced defense, 15% physical damage reduction, and 11 magic DR. It like everything rolled perfect except for the MDR.
Which is like last on the list.
I mean, I do like
I guess
the
the
MDR.
ED is like last on the list really, but
I do like the MDR, but honestly, it hitting all of those is just amazing. It's an amazing one. I mean, granted, I would like the 15 on the MDR as well, but that's one of the most perfect freaking strings I've seen in a long time. We don't really need a second freaking Saigon's gloves in here, but I'll throw it in here anyway. There you go. So that character's done. Just need one Saigon helmet, and we never look at Saigon sets again. Gets to stay in the dirt. I don't know if this Butcher's Pupil's better than any of the ones I already had. 175. It's yucky. I always keep 2 Butcher's Pupils though, because they're fun to use on like early barbs. Do like a dual Butcher's Pupil run playthrough. Those are great. Storm Rider Tabar. Did I already have a Storm Rider? I did not. Cold Kill Hatchet. I did already have a Cold Kill Hatchet. This one is way better than the one I had. I could go right in there.
Please tell me that's an upgrade in the amulet slot for me. Please. That would be nice.
Now we need shields. Off muling all my crap, you see. I got uniques every day, all day. I need to off mule everything. Got a ethereal storm chaser scoodum. Okay, wands, maces, Hasaris. What do I plan on doing with the seconds? This single player account, I eventually intend to include it into my item pack. So I wanted to have like, I don't know how to explain it. So the original item pack items didn't seem to be legitimately farmed. It seemed like they were created, like somebody just made them and put them into the pack. And because of that, most of them, if not all of them, are perfect items. And I mean, I wanted something that was a little bit more realistic than that. Something that wasn't like all perfect pieces of equipment, which is rather unrealistic in my opinion. So I thought it would be neat to like have just a whole account essentially with like tons of items. Eventually, once this account is finished, I mean that's what it will be. It'll be included in there where people can just load it in and they'll have like a full array of realistic items. Not like everything is perfect, but you know, like realistic finds where like I found like the best piece that I possibly could and put it into a you know, like a couple mules, and maybe I upgraded it several times, which I think is perfectly realistic to, you know, upgrade it several times. I think that's fine.
There's a lot of stamina potions.
Spears, that's what I need, spears. And, you know, eventually I'll have all the items, and once I finish collecting all the items, I mean, I can upload that, and people will have like a realistic account that they could go onto and like pull pieces of equipment from. You know, legitimate finds, so to speak. So this is a 171, and this is a 177. I thought that was better. Okay. So like, as you can see, like I just found this 177 Kelpie Snare, and I replaced my 171 with it. So eventually when this account is finished, I'll have the best versions of those items that I can possibly obtain. Like realistically within a certain time span. I mean, I might even have some perfects, which is possible, but I won't have like a full inventory of perfects. Like not everything is going to be perfect. There's going to be some things that are going to be off by 1 or 2%, or I'll have things that are just like never going to be perfect, which is more realistic because there are things that are just never going to be perfect.
Tomb Reaver.
Yep, Tomb Reaver is definitely one of them. Also, rare items, another thing. It's just like shoved onto a mule. You found a Sur rune in your Travancore run? Oh, grats, Fox. It's a good find. If I use the Holy Grail tracker, I can search my mules. I mean, that would require me to have, like, actual, you know, like, brain power. Oh, I'm gonna salt myself.
Socket?
Yes, Cody, what's the madams? Ah, you're talking about a third-party tool.
It's locked.
Oh, alright, cool. Don't even have to worry about it then.
Game over, man.
Order welcomes you.
Bow, bow, bow. Fine Grand Charm. 6 max, 31 AR.
Good day.
It's okay.
What tune you want to play in single player?
Just doing the sorceress for the runs.
Usually when I start a grill, that's what I do, but I've done it too many times.
I don't normally play sorceress at all. I just wanted to make a charge bolt sorceress. Then I was like, let's go get a SoJ, and then so you know, farming Andy is not exactly easy on melee characters. I mean, you can do it, but no teleport, no bueno.
Started as a jab zone, and I'm really looking for a low room. I'd like to go into a drab barb so I can farm some high rooms.
Found my low rune in sewers level 2. I spent some time farming sewers level 2 super chests because there's like 6 of them in there. I just spamming the sewers level 2 chests on my barb, and I got a low rune out of the chest.
I could go lower than Rust, I guess, but I like killing stuff, and I can kill cows pretty easily. So.
Oh, I still killed stuff.
I don't know if I
did-
could kill a lot of stuff out there as a jab zone. I think a bunch of it's immune to lightning, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, you just find a good spawn map, like near the sewers entrance, and you click on a bunch of stuff, kill a couple monsters on the way. I guess you're not going to be able to kill the bat, which, yeah, whatever. There's usually a couple monsters downstairs too, so. And then I just click on all the chests, rinse, repeat. There's a lot of clickables down there too. I really liked it. So many clickables. Of course, you get to do a bit of horking if she's a barbarian. Who doesn't like
Yeah, I
that?
haven't gotten a low rune yet, so I haven't go to barb quite yet.
Another hatchet. The bastard sword, black tongue, cold kill hatchet. Tancred's helmet, boopity doopities. I need the boots. The boots haven't dropped. I don't have any Tancred's boots. I always forget how ridiculously rare they are. Whenever you find them, you always want to hang on to them because you'll find the amulet. Like, the amulet is easy. But the boots are the hard part. Getting that sweet, sweet magic find. So if you get the boots, like, you're there. Like, you already got it. Reminds me of, like, the Monopoly game back in, like, when it first came out, remember? It was like you'd get Park Place or the other one, and you were like, you immediately knew that you, like, you had, like, the wrong piece, the one that's not the winner. Could you imagine getting the one that is the winner, and you just were too lazy to go get, like, the one that is literally on every single package? Wow, such a high defense charm. 38 defense grand charm with 5 dexterity. Even more defense from the dexterity.
That's what I get you extra strong. Wait for
She doesn't like me. She hates my goods. She doesn't like me.
Yes.
I swear people be straight up lying sometimes. They're like, oh yeah, I found like 7 soldiers yesterday. I'm like, oh yeah? 7 soldiers yesterday? Okay. I mean, I only found like 2 in like 20 years, but sure. 7 soldiers yesterday, alright. They're like, nah, really, I'll show you. It's like, you didn't know you could get 7 soldiers? I didn't know. I got 1 for each finger. I got 10 soldiers. I got 1 on each hand. I got plus 10 skills.
I need a key.
If you could really do that, you'd have like a SoJ on every finger, and you'd have a SoJ on every toe. And I'm gonna tell you what. Alright, my total amount of plus to skills from SoJs would be 21.
You got too many toes.
Who said I'm putting it on a toe? There's other places you can put rings.
You got a little guy.
There's other places you can put rings. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, little, but he's gonna fit on there. And I'm gonna get me another +1 skill.
I'm gonna find a way.
No, I'm gonna find a way. Oh look, it's the terrible weapon. It's awful. It wasn't even worth the ID scroll that I used to pick it up. People still argue with me about that stupid sword too. Like, to this day, on my like worst unique items in the game, people are still arguing with me about Kin Mills all.
They're like, no, it's an amazing sword. What are you talking about?
I'm like, how is it an amazing sword?
It's like it straight up carried me through like nightmare difficulty.
And I'm like, bull crap. I'm like, bull crap. I'm like, bull to the bull crap. Like, bull crap. I hate to tell you, but if your character is so bad, like so badly designed and so badly like built, and that Kin Mills all somehow changes the course of your entire character and like fixes everything that was wrong with your character and makes it work properly, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think your character is just broken. That'd be like if I threw a rotten tomato at you and like you were like, oh thank you, I was starving. And I'm like, bro, there was maggots coming out of that. Like, what are you talking about? You ate that? Like, how bad off are you that a rotten tomato with maggots coming out of it is like, was a thank you event? That's pretty much Kin Mills all. Like, how bad off is your character that was an upgrade?
Pretty bad off.
I'm like, you could literally go to Akara in Act 1 normal. Buy yourself a +3 holy fire, like, regular scepter. Put on, like, Saigon's shield, which is level 6. You'd have +4 to holy fire right there. Okay? But somehow Kin Mills all is the thing that saved your character. And then other people are like, well, I use this all the time on my high-level characters to go farm chippies. And I'm like, so you could just find anything better than that? Oh. Well, you do realize that there's like 1,000 combinations of weapons that could provide more plus to skills than that. Let me give you guys some examples. Like in your travels through the game, identifying random scepters and things like that, you could easily come across a +2 paladin, +3 holy fire scepter, which is already +5 by itself. You throw that together with a spirit, and how many do you get? 5, 6, 7. Say it with me, guys. +7. So that is 1 more plus the skill. Assuming that you don't even get the optimal version, which I could talk about the optimal version as well, but that's 1 more plus to skill than the Kin Mills all provides and still allows you to use your shield. But if you get the optimal version, you can also potentially find a blue scepter, which are very common. Blue scepters are common. But this particular blue scepter might not be as common, but you could, in fact, shop it, which is a +3 offensive auras, +3 holy fire, which is +6, and you could also still put a spirit on, which is another +2. So now you're at 6, 7, 8, so 2 more than Kin and Mills all offers you. Like, it doesn't even make any sense even from, like, a high-level standpoint, because if all you're trying to do is get, like, a really high holy fire aura that you can run around with and murder a bunch of little, like, little baby monsters, there's better items that you could shop a better item than Kin and Mills all. Like, you can go into the shop and you could literally just sit there for, like, probably about 30 minutes and come out with a better item than Kin and Mills all is. I can probably go to the shop right now and find one better than Kin and Mills all. I bet you Akara's got something in there with +3 holy fire on it right now. Akara, what do you got?
The order welcomes you.
+3 cleansing, +2 vengeance. She does not have a better one at the moment. She's got a rather limited stock of scepters at the moment. She got so many of everything else, but on such a small amount of shifties. She's a big supply shifties.
Good day.
It is an honor to serve you.
I honestly wish I could just like transfer my non-ladder characters to single player.
I mean, you could do that in a way through Hero Editor.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
If you want to take the time to sit there and reproduce every single one of your characters. You could do it. Where's my buddy Wareve? Where you at?
Good day.
Dude, they straight up just stealing music now. I don't even know. I'm kind of afraid of this Pretzel Rocks now. This is supposed to be like YouTube safe stuff. This song called Tides Have Changed Popski, I'm like 100% sure that was literally just a knockoff of like Mario Brothers. Listen. Tell me that doesn't sound like Mario Brothers. It sounds like knockoff Mario Brothers. That is straight up knockoff Mario Brothers. Nintendo ninjas are going to be knocking down my door. And get the Nintendo ninjas at my door. I got a new keyboard. I got a mechanical keyboard. my space bar on my other keyboard was falling off, so I figured it was about time. She dropped so many gems. It's kind of crazy. I should probably do some crafting. I don't think I'm a high enough level to do the amulets yet, though.
You level 93?
No. I mean, I could work on leveling up characters, I guess.
I mean, you could just go farm blue amulets and terror zone if you're close enough to the level.
I was really hoping to get this freaking Annie. It was like one of the things I wanted to like knock out quickly. Like I'm just really knuckle down and focus on farming the SoJ, but it's just not happening.
No, it doesn't like to drop on the ground.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I heard it call me a dirty hoe at one point.
I probably did.
Meanwhile, I think when I was farming it the first time, and I never found it, some guy was like, I'm gonna see if I can find one too. And he's like, oh, I got one already. I can't believe you haven't got one. I'm like, okay, alright. Let's see how it is. You don't want to be friends.
Banned.
Ban. +3 Paladin Scepter on spawn on magic ones, not white base. So you can get +3 Holy Fire on just a regular white base. You can. That's totally a thing. You can't get +3 offensive on a regular white base. So that has to be on a blue base. You can get +2 offensive on a rare base, which is a thing. And you can also get +2 Pally on a rare base. You can get +3 offensive on a blue base. There's a lot of different ways that you could potentially get it, but the moral of the story is that it's very easy to get a high +2 skill Holy Fire one-handed weapon. You don't need a frickin' two-handed ridiculousness. You can get +3 Holy Fire on a blue base and a rare base. You can get it on all of them. You can get it, there is a restriction since Holy Fire is a low-level skill that it can't spawn with a level 30 skill, which might be what you're thinking of. But that doesn't have to do with the bases, that has to do with the tiers. There's like a tiering system, and low-tier skills cannot spawn with high-tier skills. It's like a thing. So if you see, like, for instance, Fanaticism on a weapon, then you cannot have Holy Fire on the same weapon because Fanaticism is a level 30 skill, and Holy Fire is a really low-level baby skill. And low-level baby skills are not allowed to spawn with high-level skills, which is a whole thing. I don't know if I always like lose the link to that.
Ethereal? Is this what I think it is? It is.
Is Kin Mills all before Spirit? Have you guys actually looked at Kin Mills all? What's the level requirement on Kin Mills all, guys? What's the level requirement? It's level 23. Okay? It's one level before Spirit. One.
2.
Well, 2. My bad. It's like nothing. It's nothing. Okay?
That's like 12 minutes of game time.
Yeah, it's like, it's nothing. It's not even it's so close to Spirit, it might as well be on Spirit. Might as well be the same level. So no, it doesn't even have that advantage. You're talking about before, as in like patch-wise. I mean, even then it doesn't matter. Like, as we already demonstrated, you don't need a spirit. I mean, you can easily get a +2 paladin shield. You could easily get a +1 paladin shield. You could use Saigons. You could use many other items in the game that would give you a large number of plus the skills. You can even find like regular scepters that give you a larger amount of holy fire than what frickin' Kenan Milzal is giving you. Like, it's not a good weapon in any way, shape, or form. Not only that, but it's also slow. Like, it's not even a particularly fast weapon in terms of like the speed that it goes. And since holy fire is an elemental damage that you want to apply to the monster as quickly as possible, like, you don't want a big, unwieldy, slow weapon with an elemental attack. You want something fast. Because the elemental damage doesn't change depending on, you know, speed. It changes. You actually get more damage the faster you go because it's not based on your weapon. It's just an applied damage to the monster.
I'd rather have the two-handed weapon I just found for a Holy Fire Paladin than the one that's meant for the Holy Fire Paladin. I just found an Home Sudan. I'd much rather have this.
I mean, I just think it's funny. Like, people still argue it. They don't. I don't understand like why they can't see how bad it is.
They're like, no, it's amazing. What are you talking about? It's the best thing ever.
At least this Home Sudan has some crushing blow on it. And 3 sockets. Very nice. I can't believe I just found it. I haven't found an Home Sudan in a long time. I'm probably gonna keep this thing.
I don't want Pluggy on D2R. Now that I found out that inventory space affects item drops, I don't want it. I don't want it. Yucky. Yuck. Yucky yuck. I want my my vanilla drops. Pluggy is directly affecting the like the drops that are coming from the game, so I don't want it. Yuck, 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 yuck.
This character is so overpowered.
I'm kind of glad they never listened to me and added like infinite storage space in D2R. Maybe they knew and I didn't.
Well, they did know.
Yeah, they might have known that like the PRNG system was affected by the number of items that you had in your inventory. And I was unaware, and I was always like, oh, add more inventory space. What's wrong? Why can't you just add more tabs? Why can't you just add some more tabs? Why can't you just add more tabs? Why can't you just add more tabs?
To be fair, I still want more tabs.
I mean, I don't want more tabs now that I know about the way that it works. I'd rather them, like, engineer something else. I mean, there are ways around the problem. There are definitely ways around the problem. They need to engineer something else so that the problem isn't an issue.
When you pick up a Necro Wand, white base, it's got +3, +3, +3. All terrible.
A long way, baby. A bit of awareness.
Ooh, booties.
I liken it to like seeing past the fourth wall. Like once you understand like how the PRNG system works, you understand a lot of like things that a lot of people just don't. They just don't understand. They're like, why can't you just add more inventory space? And you're like, well, because it like directly affects the stats on the items, what items fall, where the monsters are, what the names of the monsters are. Like pretty much everything in the world about the game, like in its entirety, like just by changing the number of items that you can store in your stash. And they don't even understand that. They're like, so what? And you're like, okay, let me explain this a different way. It's not the same game anymore. Like you're basically just changing the game. It becomes a different game entirely. I'm gonna laugh if I get like a SoJ from a random sarcophagus instead of from Andy.
That would make me giggle also. Anything from you? No. Oh, that is blue sorcerer sword.
A field of death.
Blue phase blade is gonna do the same thing.
Hey, Mr. George.
I am overburdened.
Why is this held together with shoestring and bubblegum? Mr. George.
My middle name's MacGyver, that's why.
That's how I feel like they were when they were going through the code from D2R and they were trying to fix things. They were probably looking at each other like,
Oh.
so that's how. Oh, no, that's not good at all. They're like diffusing palms. They're like, we don't really want to change this. Like, we think we're gonna break the whole game if we try and fix this. Then they fix it and the whole game breaks, and they're like, see, I told you. They're like, the whole game just imploded. Like, we touched this one thing. Like, let's just leave that alone. Let's not touch that. Don't touch that.
Let's go back to the other code.
Let's go. Let's just revert. Revert changes. Revert changes.
And then that breaks the game also.
I strongly believe that they had a really hard time with the code in D2 because I remember like the developers where they got asked questions and they would be like, somebody would say like, are you going to leave the e-bugging in the game since it was a like it's a traditional thing in the in the way that Diablo 2 works? And they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to mess with the e-bugging. We're going to leave that in. And then like first patch like that we get to try out, e-bugging isn't in the game, and they didn't mention it or anything. Like they didn't say they took it out. They were just like, yeah, well, we broke it somehow, basically. And, like, they just didn't want to admit that they broke it. The whole thing was broken in the first place. Like, that's the funny thing. My theory to this day is that they broke it by accident and they didn't know how they broke it. Just like the frickin' original devs broke it in the first place and didn't know how they broke it.
Yep.
So if you guys are unaware, e-bugging is a process by which when you add sockets to an item that is ethereal, it's like the whole process of causing it to become socketed, like an ethereal e-bugging it. It's called e-bugging. It would basically like double the defense essentially, like it would double the ethereal bonus. And this was because that if you did it in the cube, for some reason in one of the previous versions, it was stripping the ethereal status from the item. The developers couldn't figure out what was causing it to strip the ethereal status from the item. So instead of fixing it because they couldn't figure it out, they just added a like bonus EXP or bonus defense, like a 50% bonus defense onto any item that was ethereal, so that it would re-add the defense onto it in that process. Then later on, they broke it again, and they broke it back how it was, and it was now getting the 50% bonus from the patch, like the we don't know what's wrong fix, and then it was getting the original 50% that they still couldn't figure out why it was there in the first place. And so then frickin' D2R comes along, and somehow they accidentally managed to break it again, and they just like disabled e-bugging essentially. Which wasn't even intentional. They didn't even mean to do it. They literally said in the developer, like, interviews that they were going to leave it. So why would they say they were going to leave it and then take it out? Because they broke it by accident and they didn't know how they did it. Frickin' spaghetti code. It's got to be nerve-wracking working on a game from, like, frickin' 24 years ago trying to figure out how the hell people did things. You just see like a note inside of the code and it says good luck LOL with a winky face. And you're just like, no, that's not what I want to see.
Oh, some more booties? You gonna be good?
You know how like when you're programming, comments are not supposed to affect the code. Like there's times when the code is so bad, where literally deleting the comment somehow like breaks the code. This has actually been a real thing. Like the developers go in there and they see a comment and they delete it because they're trying to like streamline the code or something. And technically removing a comment should not affect the code in any way, shape, or form because the comments aren't technically part of it. But the funny thing is like they delete the comment and then all of a sudden it stops working and they have to put the comment back in for the code to like start working again. They don't understand why the comment that's not even part of the code is somehow affecting the code. But it is. Maybe it causes like a delay in reading the code or something. I don't know. Cody, why are you pushing on my chair, buddy? Like, what is going on? Can I not wiggle my chair? I feel like there's like somebody behind my chair just holding it, preventing it from spinning. Ooh, ethereal short spear. I'm always excited when I find ethereal throwing weapons. Eventually when I find like some really good throwing weapons, I'll start setting up like a throw barb or something. That'll be fun.
You gotta get some nice leveling ones.
Good day.
I mean, I go through a lot of them, and a lot of them are garbage, and they're not worth even, like, talking about, unfortunately, but, you know, you gotta pick them all up and check them. I've gotten some pretty good stuff, though. Shaggy, 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 shaggy. Oh, no, don't kill my merc. Oh, a cedar bomb. A cuckoo? I've already found several cuckoos, though. Could check it and see what damage it is. Might be better than mine. 152. I think that's on the low end, isn't it? That is very low. That is garbage. I know mine are better than that. Alright, I gotta go Peppa-Doo, and Cody's gotta go Peppa-Doo too, I can tell. I'll be right back.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items and gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
I'm back from outer space. What's up, Super Young? You can just hop onto my Discord. I got a Discord server. There you go, man. Chips. I'm hungry. No, I haven't gotten my SoJ.
The gods of D2R are stingy today. Stingy! Oh, I already did this one. That was great. They're stingy gods. Greaves. Yeah. 2 Greaves. Yeah, I already got an ethereal and a non-ethereal venom ward, so I'm good. I don't need any more. I'm gonna have one of these blueberry Nutrigrain bars. Cody, you got your own food, okay? Didn't we just have a whole conversation downstairs because you were in your mama's face trying to steal the food right out of her hand? Sit your butt down. You ain't getting none of my food today because you was bad. You need to learn how to have manners. Stealing stuff from people is not nice.
Not here.
I've been farming on P7 all this time. I don't even know. Should I bring the player count down?
Yeah.
I think maybe lower player count has a better chance of SoJ.
No, I don't think it does, but you don't really need to be beyond P1 for boss drops, right?
I don't remember.
Because that just, upping the P count just lowers the no drop rate.
Well, I just static her down to like 33% and then let her have it. Usually doesn't take very long to kill her. I mean, obviously she'd be faster on lower player count. Let's bring it down to like P3 for right now. Try P3. I mean, we're having no luck at P7, so... Let's change it up a bit. It'll go a lot faster, so for that.
Overburdened.
Greetings.
Terrible item. You know those rares you identify and it's like worse than a blue item? You're like, I've seen blue items better than this.
Happens a lot. Oh. Blue dust trap? Come on, do the thing one time. One time for me.
Do the thing. He does the thing or else gets the hose again.
If it would have rolled jewelers, it would have done the thing.
Didn't do the thing. Oh, so sad.
There was a of stability. But no sockets.
Oh, a blood letter. I think I've got like 7 blood letters at this point. You really start to get a feeling for like which items are just like super duper common. Blood letter is one of them. That weapon loves to drop. It's like in its blood. Literally.
It's not even all that good.
I mean, it's surprisingly good for a low level character, like just trying to make your way up. But, like you gotta find it on level, basically. Which is not always as easy, but once you have one in your repertoire, you could just like hang on to it, throw it on just about any character at level, what is it, 30? And it'll carry you for a little while. You'll quickly replace it though.
What's up? Yeah, let's take this ice blast off and throw on some
Yeah, I
glacial
still got some of
spike.
my mint orange left. I'm so glad it doesn't have orange flavor in it. My girlfriend saw a bunch of these like chocolate oranges, cherries chocolate oranges, and I'm like,
Another Hone Sudan? Is this one
one.
going to be ethereal also?
I'm like, I can't stand that.
No, that would have been crazy, right?
And I was like, I wonder if they have like a non-orange one. They had a mint one. Really good. It doesn't taste like orange. It's actually really good. I like it a lot. still remember when my parents were like super excited about those chocolate oranges and they brought them home one Christmas, and I was just like, ugh. They were like, they're so good, and I'm like, ugh.
You guys like these?
Like, what is this? Ugh. Like, this is disgusting. Like, who thought about putting these two things together? They need to be fired from
A
life.
shadow plate. Oh, it's not a favorite.
You like that scene in Fifth Element where he like shakes his hand afterward and he's like, thank you so much, and he's like, fired. That's me after tasting the chocolate orange. It's not even really an orange. It's just like orange flavored chocolate. I don't know. I've never really enjoyed citrus and like sweet together. I don't know what it is. I like my citrus to be sour. I don't want my citrus to be sweet. It just doesn't taste right. Have you ever seen that expectation versus reality thing with the dogs? Where they take like a piece of chicken or something, or like a steak, or like beef jerky, and they put it in front of the dog's nose. And then as the dog's about to eat it, like they kind of like blindfold the dog to make sure the dog can't see. And then as soon as the dog's about to eat it, they swap it out for like a piece of broccoli or something.
They spit the broccoli out.
And they're like, wait a minute, that doesn't taste anything like it smells. You're like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. How dare you drop me a ring and it's not unique? How dare you?
She's just trolling you.
I tried to gamble one too. That didn't work either. I gambled a Nagel, I gambled a Manold. Gambled a Captains and Angelic. Never gambled a frickin'
What level were you? Were you the right level?
45.
You could have gambled some higher level too than a SoJ. I think 37.
I looked it up and so people said 45 was the right level. So, I mean, I was just going by what they were saying. I didn't really like do the math myself. They were saying 45 is like the highest level you can be, or like 47 or something was like the highest level you could be, and like 45 was the sweet spot or something. But no, so.
I also did not get like a dwarf star or anything else, so like I'm assuming I must have been at the right level because none of the other stuff was dropping. You know, gambling. So I wasn't getting any like the Raven Frost or dwarf stars or nature's pieces or anything like that. So it was strictly angelic rings, Cathan seals, nagels, and mantlets. And but I never got a SoJ though. So. Frosties, 14% Frosties. Yippee. I watched an entire Korean drama called Behind Your Touch, and I was enthralled the whole way through. Like I can't even explain. It was really good. It was about this veterinarian who goes out to a like a house call essentially, but it's like to a farmer, and the farmer has a cow that is like not well or whatever. Come to find out, the cow's pregnant, and you know, like whatever, it's not that big of a deal. She's examining the cow. The farmer is touching the cow's leg at that particular moment, trying to calm her down, and the veterinarian is checking the posterior, the butt. And a meteor comes out of the frickin' sky and hits the cow, and it explodes. I kid you not. Can't make this stuff up. When it explodes, it imparts powers onto the two people who are touching it. And whenever the woman, who's the veterinarian, touches somebody's butt, she can see their memories. And whenever the farmer who touches somebody's leg can see the memories of the person that he touches as well. And the entire show starts there. Like, it's absolutely crazy. She's a veterinarian, so the first thing she does is touch one of the dog's butts, and she sees like the dog's memories from when it was abused as a puppy. And later on, you find out that there was a third person, apparently, who they, like, keep very shrouded in mystery as to who the third person was. And apparently, the third person also gets powers, but this person was not touching the cow, so the powers are a mystery. They don't know exactly what the powers are, and the whole story like starts to go crazy. Apparently there's a serial killer, and they're trying to figure out who the serial killer is. And, like, they set up a booth at the fair called the Butt of Truth, and literally they set it up so that people sit on the, like, it's like a throne, and then she touches their butt to figure out like who's the killer. Only thing is the killer apparently knows that they have powers, and so like it just complicates things even further because he's hiding from them. He figures out ways to shield his memories from them, which is like crazy. And it's such a simple trick. I don't want to give it away, but the whole freaking show was amazing. I loved it. It's so stupid. Like when she first gets her powers, she's like trying to sneak up behind somebody to see if they work on people, and she's like trying to touch this guy's butt, and a police officer stops her and calls her and arrests her and takes her to frickin' jail and calls her a molester. I can't remember what nickname he used, but it was something along the lines of like Chester Molester or something. And she's like, "You can't prove that it was me." Somebody got her on like footage trying to grab the guy's butt. He literally called her like molester girl for like 5 episodes. Oh, a soul. Oh, an angelic ringmail. I need those. I need a couple of those to finish my angelic sets. Nice. An ethereal plate mail. I'll take that. What's up, Ace? Am I going to play D2R ladder reset or PoE? Well, PoE 2 is first. So, in the order of things, PoE 2 is definitely first. So, PoE 2 without a doubt. That starts at like 2 a.m. that day, I think, or something like that, or 2 p.m. Eastern Standard, so I'll be there for the PoE 2 launch. And if PoE 2 launch is an absolute dumpster fire, we're going to fall back to D2R. That's what we're going to do. That's the plan right now. I think it's a pretty solid plan. We got 6 hours. D2R doesn't launch until 8 o'clock Eastern Standard, so we got 6 whole hours for PoE 2 to like demonstrate that their servers aren't literal
hot garbage.
Yeah, literal garbage.
Absolute dog water.
Yeah, and if they can do that, then we're right over to D2. You know, if they can do that, then we'll play PoE 2. But like, if they can't do that, then we're right over the D2R. D2R is there with their arms open.
We got the backup plan for old reliable.
Yeah,
you
we got the backup plan. I'm not doing another like 12-hour live stream like I did with last Epoch. I'm cutting my losses quick. If it seems to be just absolutely dog water, I'm gonna be right over on D2R. They got 6 hours to prove to me that their servers are stable, and if they can't do it in 6 hours, then I'm gonna be playing D2R.
Yeah, it's supposed to be crossplay, right?
I am overburdened.
You know, I would have more faith in them if they'd done some stress tests, but apparently they have done no stress tests for PoE 2. So, and there was a comment during the reveal which made me very worried. I'm not sure if you saw that comment.
I did.
Where he said we had to take PoE 1 servers to stabilize the PoE 2. You saw that comment?
Oh.
I'm like, oh no. I'm like, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. That's a bad sign. That's bad, okay? That's bad. Alright, there's the last Saigon's armor that I need. Or do I even need another Saigon's armor? I don't even know. I don't think I do. Let me go check and see. I only wanted 3.
I can't carry anymore.
I think I just needed the helmet, right? That was all I needed, was just the helmet. I don't need any more Saigon's armors. I just need 1 Saigon helmet. That's right. I forgot. And I am Gucci.
Man, I haven't played on this tune in so long.
Good day.
I missed her.
Good day.
I'm rocking on Everest right now.
I mean, I don't want to miss a D2R season, but you know, like a game launches only come around once in a blue moon. D2R season, D2R is always going to be there.
Always.
I'm playing it right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, season launch is like the most fun day, so I kind of don't want to miss season launch, to be perfectly honest. Like that day in particular is definitely like the most fun day. I mean, I say the same thing about every launch. Like, I know people get their hopes up and they get all excited and everything. Like, but just, you know, like, not every game is going to be a zinger. Not every game is going to be the most amazing thing in the world. Like, they can't all be. They can't all be amazing. Okay.
I am overburdened.
Like, you should see people. It's like I've noticed this as a thing that occurs. I'm not sure if you've noticed it. Where like some people just never actually play a game for more than a little while, and then they immediately then hop onto the next bandwagon, get wagon, which is like, oh look, such and such X game is coming out, and they're like, oh my god, this is gonna be the best game ever, and they're like they got like signs and they're like waving them like they're like politicians, and they're just like they're waving their flags about the game. And then like finally the launch comes, they play the game and they're like disappointed in it, and then they immediately hop right onto like another game's bandwagon. And it's like a never-ending cycle of like get excited for a game, like hype it up like crazy, wave signs everywhere, and then as soon as the game actually launches, be disappointed in it, find another X game to be excited for, like, and then hype that one up, and then be disappointed in that one, and then hype up the next one. Like, maybe I'm just getting old and jaded, but like, not every launch of every game can be the next, like, the new savior, like the Messiah, the Jesus that's coming. Like, they can't all be that, guys. Like, lower your expectations a little bit, and you won't be so disappointed when the game comes out. Some of these games are not as bad as people like claim them to be. They're just, they hyped it up so much that nothing is ever going to live up to those expectations. Okay, so what I'm saying is that stop hyping everything up to like ridiculous proportions. All right, like have some realistic expectations. And then if the game is amazing and it surprises you, then you'll actually be surprised, and you won't be like disappointed because the game didn't live up to your expectations. Now, granted, when Diablo 2 Resurrected was launching, I hyped myself up like crazy. I knew it was going to be good. I was like, you don't even know!
Yeah. I'm glad I don't really do that anymore with games. Like, I kind of just... Well, let's see what problems there are first, guys. Let's go and do that. Because it's gonna have problems. There's gonna be something wrong. Let's see how bad it is first, issue-wise, whether it's servers or, you know, broken mechanics, or, you know, let's hold off a little bit.
You know what's really sad for me? You know what one of my main things is for a video game? Something, a box that it has to tick. And it's a silly box. It's a very silly box.
Tell me, Ginger.
It can't put me to sleep while I'm playing it.
World of Warcraft.
It can't put me to sleep when I'm playing it. Dude, Diablo 3 used to straight up knock me out, man. I used to play that game, and I used to just, like, an hour in, I'd be like, oh my god. Last Epoch, too. Last Epoch was putting me to sleep. That game is straight up turd water.
It's locked.
There are things I like about Last Epoch, don't get me wrong. Like, there's some things, there's some mechanics and stuff in there. I like the theory crafting and whatnot. But playing the game is so bad. Like, I don't know who designed the gameplay on that thing, but they need to go back to, like, ARPG school. Is there an ARPG school? There should be an ARPG school. I'm making an ARPG school. That's it. We're doing it. Ethereal Tarnhelm, 37%. What level is this little 15? Is that 13? Fun to run like a poison character. I could like just, you know what, that's actually not a bad idea. I think I need to just make a mule and call it like poison charms and just fill it up with all the poison charms I find. And then make a new character. I'll just be like, oh, okay, here, have like 7 trillion poison charms. I mean, it's not whether it's going to keep me amused. I've actually played games that were quite amusing, but for some reason would still put me to sleep, and I don't understand why. Like, I've never really quite understood, like, why Diablo 2, for instance, never puts me to sleep. Like, it never, ever, ever does. And there's got to be something special about the way that Diablo 2 is. The sound effects, the iconography, there's always, like, something to look at, the way the monsters move, I don't know, the way the spells work. I'm not entirely sure. But I unless I'm extremely tired, like, been up for, like, 24 hours or something like that, like, I'm just, and that's, at that point, it's just exhaustion. It's not, like, me being lulled to sleep. It's just my body wants to shut down. And it's like, can you, like, lay down or something? And I'm like, no. And it's like, okay, well, we're going to make you lay down. You have reached maximum entropy.
We told you we were going to sleep, and you didn't go lay down. This is your fault.
Okay, this is your final warning. We are sleeping in 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well. But, like, there are games that have not, you know, like Diablo 4 for me. Like, same thing. Like, I don't go to sleep with Diablo 4. I don't know what they did. Like, between Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and Diablo 4, like, it went from, like, literally Diablo 2, never fall asleep. Diablo 3, that game would put me to sleep like crazy. And then, you know what I should probably do? I should probably go, like, get my Diablo 3 cartridge and, like, put it on my Nintendo Switch and have it next to my bed whenever I want to go to bed and just start playing some Diablo 3 whenever I want to go to sleep. It's like, alright, let me pull up my... Hey, look, here's my Crusade. Oh man. Next night, I'll be like, oh well, that was boring. Let me try my witch duck. Vomit. 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 My witch doctor was the vomits, the skull vomiting. You've been playing Diablo 2 without sound for all these years? What? Tons of sound effects.
Why?
Are you kidding me? It's almost musical the way the sound effects work in Diablo 2. That was one of my major complaints with Diablo 4 was that, like, they had, like, this richness and vastness of sound effects from Diablo 2 that they could have pulled and put into Diablo 4, and they were just like, nah, let's just have the blandest, most stupidest sound effects ever. I mean, have you ever, like, sat there and actually, like, picked up the gems in D4? Like, the gem sound effects are just disgusting. Like, they're I don't know what they are. They're disgusting. Meanwhile, the gem sound effects in Diablo 2 are, like, are almost musical in quality. Like, they literally sound like they came out of somebody's freaking soundtrack. Like, musical soundtrack.
Half the time, that's how I know what fell on the ground.
Exactly. And they're so iconic that it's amazing. Like, why would you not use those in the game? Like, that would be one thing I would change. Like, if they hired me, like, immediately for Blizzard, I would just, first thing I would do is be like, let's delete all the stupid sound effects for the, like, the gems and stuff in Diablo 4. And let's just go back to Diablo 2. We're going to copy the sound effects from, like, pretty much everything, and we're just going to put them into D4. Like, I don't understand why we're not. Like, let's put the rune sound effects in. Let's put everything. We're going to put the gem sound effects. We're going to put the armor sound effects, the weapons, the whole 9 yards. Everything goes in. Skulls. Like, we're just, everything that we can pull from D2. We're just pulling it from D2, throwing it into D4.
I could literally never have the items show up on my screen and know what items are dropping in D2. Obviously not rarity, but...
I mean, that's fine. I mean, they could add their little rarity noises from Diablo 4. They have those. It's like special little noises that happens when, like, the uniques and the mythics and stuff drop. Like, they could add those on top. Like, you could have, like, the echoey thing so that it sounds like epic or whatever. Like, you could add that in.
Character 3 tabs Diablo, it's awesome.
And Ariel is a hoochie, she never gives me my ring. I'm tired of farming for the stupid seducing.
Granted, I've been building this character for like 6 ladders.
Yeah, you keep refining it, making it a little bit stronger. You gotta try out. You gotta try out my two-handed Zealer death paladin I made last season.
The only thing I'm looking for this character now is facets. Everything else is like close to perfect. I have a 32, 37, 30 Death's Fathom. I have a 320 2-socketed cold skill helmet. a perfect Mara's, Jeweler's Monarch of Simplicity with 2020 cold on it. Perfect Viper.
You just reminded me. So a guy came in earlier in the stream, and he's like, I'm new to the game. He's like, I can't remember exactly what he said. It was something about he was getting bored with it or something. He's like, I've only ever played 2 classes, Hammerden and Blizzard Sorceress. And I was like, so you're brand new to the game, and the only 2 classes, your builds you played is the most overpowered builds in the game.
Oh, we can't say that anymore. They are no longer the most overpowered classes in the game. We got He Who Shall Not Be Named.
Who is he? Who shall not be named? Voldemort?
Yes.
Voldemort's in the game?
The boogeyman of D2R.
When did Voldemort get into the game?
The class that shouldn't exist, but, you know, it does. Fine, whatever. And then now it's Novasword. Like, Novasword's better than Blizzard Sword. I don't think it's really comparable anymore.
I mean, anything that requires an infinity, I don't really rate that as, like, once you get into, like, oh, it requires an infinity, I don't really...
But it doesn't anymore. You can still just use the Crescent Moon. So even at price points, it's usually just the Novasword is better.
I don't really play the Novasword. I don't like it. I've played Novasorks. I've tried to build them many times.
Oh, that's why mine's on the shelf, and I still play my Blizzard Sorcerers.
Even back before, like... But anyway, the point I was trying to make was, like, he's brand new to the game, and the only 2 classes he'd ever tried were, like, some of the most broken classes in the game. I'm like, And usually you want to, like, experience the game first before you pick up the most broken class in the game. I'd be like if we played PoE 2 on December 6th, and we just, like, looked into the future, and we're like, okay, what's the most broken class? And we're like, alright, like, Hyper Wizard, Monk, Cold, and you're like, alright, and you just get a build guide, and, like, you just never experience PoE for the first time. You just go straight into this build that you pulled from the future that's the most broken thing in existence. It's not exactly the same as playing the game.
You like Sorceress? You want to keep Sorceress? Fine. Go make a Fire Sword.
The Sork in PoE 2 looks pretty good. You gonna start as that?
I mean, come on, Ginger. You already know.
It does look very interesting.
You already know.
I mean, I can't say that it looks any of that much different than the D2 Sork. I mean, I haven't fully experienced it, but I watched the reveal. You watched the reveal, right?
No, I haven't watched any of the, like, character mechanic reveals or any of that stuff. Just
I did a live stream for it. It's in the D4 season 7 PTR. It's at the end of it because they did both of them on the same day. So if you wanna watch, I was pretty impressed with the character reveals. To be honest, with the character that I was the most impressed with was the Mercenary. Not the Mercenary, the Monk.
Yeah,
I was most impressed with the Monk.
Fresh. I didn't really want to look into the character reveals too much.
They don't really show that much anyway. They just do like some basic gameplay and show a couple skills, and there's like an infinite combination of skills, and they really couldn't even show them all off, even if they wanted to. All they did was like barely scratch the surface of what the characters were capable of. I really just looked at the mechanics, and I was looking at the mechanics of the characters. The sorceress mechanics looked very closely resembling D4 or D2 sorceress, and the monk looked really interesting as a melee character. It just looked like a really fun melee character. I mean, I always enjoyed the D3 monk, and Spiritborn was actually very monk-like as well, and is also very fun. So,
from what everybody was telling me, also super, super broken.
What, the monk?
The
The Spiritborn? Oh, well, that's due to a bunch of bugs, not... I mean, it's a really well-made class, but there was a bunch of bugs in the game, and, like, it's insane. There was a potion that got modified for one of the seasonal events, and it gave you, like, 4 million HP. It was absolutely stupid. And the Spiritborn had has a bug that... a unique ring. 6% mantled. You could F yourself. He has a unique effect. It was called Viscous Shield, and Viscous Shield would give you a multiplier based on your barrier, which was also based on your HP. So the more HP you had, the more it was giving you. It wasn't supposed to give you more than like 30% multiplier, but it was stacking with your HP because they coded it wrong. And so what ended up happening is when the potion came out that gave you like 4 million HP, and the multiplier was stacking from that, it was giving you like an insanely large amount of damage because of the Viscous Shield multiplier. So your character was literally doing like... Do you remember back in like Diablo 1 days where you would hit the 16-bit max integer, which was something like 60,000 or whatever? And then like in 32-bit days, you could hit the max integer for 32-bit. It was pretty easy as well. And then like eventually we went to 64-bit programs, right? 64-bit programs, the max integer limit is something like 9 quadrillion or something like that. It's a really high number. Yeah, with that stupid potion, they were hitting the max integer limit for 64-bit fucking programs, which is just absolutely stupid. I mean, you can just look it up. It's the easiest thing in the world. Just type in max integer value 64-bit, and it comes up with what is it? I don't even know how to do this. Like it's a lot. It's 1-844-6744-073709551615. There's also another number, which is this is the one that it was hitting. So what is that? Thousands or hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions and quintillions. So 9 quintillion, 222 3 quadrillion, 372 trillion, 36 million, 854 million, or sorry, 36 billion, 854 million, 775,807. And then on top of that, if you're aware, like once you hit the maximum integer limit, it can then reverse. And then you hit the maximum negative integer limit, which is the other way. So then it was a negative 9 quadrillion, quintillion, 223 quadrillion. Leon actually hit it and posted a picture of it. It was hilarious. I was just like, oh, okay. I was like, so we're at that point. And I called it. Like I called it like right away. I'm like they have to fix this stuff. And Leon was arguing with me. He's like, no, they don't. He goes, if they fix it, they're gonna piss off a lot of people. And I'm like, you don't understand. I was like, if they don't fix this stuff, it's just gonna compound into other bugs. Like it's only a matter of time before it starts to like multiply into other bugs, so it ends up being 1,000 times worse than it's supposed to be. And sure enough, we hit freaking max integer negative numbers on the game. Like, the servers were crashing that day. Like, they were literally crashing. They had to fix it in one day. Like, if they had to hot fix it as quick as possible because the servers were literally imploding. Can you imagine everybody doing max negative integer numbers? The freaking server couldn't handle it. Like, the world boss fights were slideshows. We went to the world bosses, and it was literally just like you would get one frame every like 7 or 8 seconds. People were straight up just dying at the world bosses because they couldn't see where the attacks were or what was going on.
Sounds terrible.
I played with the butt for a little while, as long as it was up anyway. It was kind of fun to play with. Having millions of life certainly made you invincible. I mean, good luck anything killing you. Boop, 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 boop. What's up, Mad Dog Kurt? We're trying to find us farm a SoJ. That's what I'm trying to do. And we're talking about PoE 2. Maybe one day. I came up with an analogy for the PoE developers, though. I was like, they're so far past us in nerdiness that the things that they think are easy are just like ridiculously complicated. It's like, imagine if Einstein had a son and he like looks down to his son who's like 5 years old and he's like, here, I need you to solve this advanced differential calculus problem. This should be really easy for you. And you're like, and the 5-year-old's like, what? It's like, oh, come on, you can't solve advanced differential calculus?
You're no son of mine.
You're no son of mine. Exactly. Dude, I strongly, I want to hear your opinion too, like, because like, so after the reveal, they had this whole like sit down and they were talking about things. It was like a sit down between some of the developers and some streamer named Ziggy D. I've never watched that guy before. I didn't even know he existed before I watched that. But anyway, he's like he's having a conversation with like 2 of the game devs and himself, and I'm listening to this conversation and all I could think of was, like, these are the biggest nerds I have ever... These are the biggest nerds I've ever listened to. I was like, I am high up on the nerd scale, and these guys are way past me. I'm like, these guys blew me out of the water in nerdiness. I was literally falling asleep listening to them. It was so bad. They had a whole 30-minute conversation on what the dexterity stat should do. Every time I thought they were going to move on to something interesting, they did not. They did not. They did not move on to anything interesting. One of the devs even said, like, that 50% of his gameplay is sifting through spreadsheets. I'm like, what is this? Spreadsheet simulator?
Yeah, that's what PoE 1 felt like.
I'm like, I don't
like
want to...
at the point in time when I played it, when there was just an obscene amount in the game, it was like, oh, this is what's going on? I don't want to do this.
You don't want 50% spreadsheets?
I don't want to do this.
You don't want 4 hours of your 8-hour game time to be looking through spreadsheets?
Oh, I missed the seal.
These better be the coolest spreadsheets I've ever seen in my life.
Happen? Bob doesn't miss seals.
Ah, I've confused you with my fancy words and body language.
For real.
Well, that's an interesting claw.
Is it good or just interesting?
I don't know. It's a fascia, so it's one of the slower claws. It's the punch claws.
Hero's Guardian.
It's 20% increased attack speed, 3 to minimum damage, ignores target's defense, +2 to mana after each kill, and it has 2 sockets. Seems like it could be interesting for like a kicker. I mean, with ITD, mana after each kill, 20% IAS. Throw it on like a kicker, because they don't care about weapon damage anyway. You got 2 sockets, you could put like, I don't know.
Burr runes?
What, as many burr runes as you can get?
Where can I take you?
Oh, I got infinite burr runes, don't worry about that.
Lots of crushing blow. That is still the only reason I'm trying to find a jeweler's phase blade of amplified damage. So I can make a kick assassin and put 4 burr runes into it and just go annihilate bosses.
I mean, I found through my testing that running the physical sunder with the amp damage just melts everything. Nothing survives. You wouldn't have any issues with anything in the game? Is there a build I haven't made or played yet? Honestly, probably not. I mean, unless you want to count like Hammerden. I haven't done it. I haven't done a Hammerden in a long time. Not to say that I don't know how they function. Like, it's just not my cup of tea. I never really liked them. I always thought the gameplay on it was just boring.
Yeah, he doesn't like teleport all that much. So tele-stomping for combat does not seem like his forte.
I was always more interested in the melee side of the paladin, not that buggy thing. I mean, I made the Hammerden before the bug, which was like back when it was not really the greatest. And then I made the Hammerden when the bug happened, and I also made a Hammerden later when they fixed the bug. And like I was all up over every single character back in the day. Like, I mean, I tried everything. That's one of the reasons why I hate Sorceress to this day. Bob's a Sorc Forever player.
Yeah.
I made about 10,000 trillion Sorceresses back in like D2 Classic and like early D2 LOD, and like absolutely just ruined myself on that character.
When you find Bay, like, you don't leave Bay. That's it. Oh man, there's a lot of things I have to identify here. How's this bow? Terrible.
I'm just not. I just never have been like a caster type character. And Sorceress is literally like the caster. I think that was like the ultimately what I determined about Sorceress that made me hate it so much. Is just it is literally like the quintessential caster character. It's everything that you hate. Everything that you hate about Sorceress, like about casters in general, Sorceress is all of that. Like, it's everything that you hate about casters. As I literally play a Sorceress right now.
Yeah, when you need to target farm. It's too good.
I mean, in my defense, the only reason I'm target farming this is because the SoJ just doesn't drop.
This is true. This is a fact.
I mean, even if I farmed for like 10 years straight, just randomly on like monsters, there's a very good chance I might never see a SoJ. So like, I kind of have no choice, which is where I'm currently sitting in this. Like, I'm playing the Sorc and I'm farming Andariel, but I don't like it. Okay? I don't like it.
But I need it.
I just need one SoJ. Just give me just the one. You get off your high horse, Andy, and give me a SoJ. That'd be great.
She's like, but I like my horses.
They're like demon horses. And for some reason, she has things attached to their nipples, which is just really wrong. No, I'm filling up on baby runes. Baby runes.
Giant Thresher.
I tell you one thing though. Like, I was just listening to them on the reveal, and they were talking about all these various types of currencies and like tablets and all these little doojanks that you need, and like upgrade tokens and class thingies, and I was like, all I could think of the entire time was this. This was all I could think of. I'm like, what am I? I'm like, what am I? The janitor? Like, this is me, like, with all my little janitor keys. Got, like, the big giant ring of keys. It's got, like, 300 janitor ring keys on it. And I'm just, like, walking around the place, like, trying to figure out which one goes into which hole. I'm like, what the hell am I? The janitor? Like, can't we simplify this down a little bit? Like they just kept going and going. Like first it was like, and you're gonna need this currency and this currency, and then they were like, and then there's tablets, and then there's gonna be these little things, and then there's gonna be like the skulls of Gudimara, and then there's gonna be like these skill dojanks, and then you're gonna have like the skill dojank modifiers, and then you're gonna have these, and I'm like, I don't have enough inventory space in the world for all this. And secretly, that's their plot. Their plot is that they know that you are not going to have enough inventory space for all the crap that you got to pick up. So that's why they sell you the stash tabs. It's all a hidden game, you know. It's like they sell you the dollar subs because they want you to get the $10 lemonade. All right, like they're giving the game away for free because they know you're going to have to spend freaking like money on like currency tabs and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have none of that. Mine are porting over from PoE 1.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to buy any of that stuff until I'm sure, like, what's going on. I got some. I got the pack, one of the packs for the early access, and it came with some coins or whatever. But I'm probably just gonna wait and see like what. Maybe they'll have a deal or something, and I'll buy like a big pack.
Oh, they will, for sure. Especially with Christmas being right around the corner, they will 100% have deals. Ooh, demon crossbow. 194 demon crossbow.
Boom, 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 boom. My brain and hair will hurt so much. Why is my brain and hair hurting? And why is my hair attached to my brain?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I don't want brain hair. My brain does not need hair.
Oh, crystalline passage? I'm about to go over there.
I'm waiting for them to come out with like some sort of cure for baldness that like instead turns you into like a werewolf. It's like way too good. Like it works so well. You just turn into a werewolf. Then you gotta like shave your whole body except for your head every day.
Every day, Jesus. That's some fast-growing hair.
I mean, like I said, it works too well. Okay, too well. Bom 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 bom. We're gonna grow you some hair. Hair is gonna grow every freaking where. Hair on your toes and hair on your hair. You're gonna have hair growing out of your hairs everywhere there's hair. Oh, hair on your eyes, hair on your nose, hair on your actual eyeballs. I can't really see. It's kind of fuzzy.
Kind of fuzzy? That's all the fuzzy.
Plot twist, you can see through the hairs. They're like fiber optics.
Oh, well then it's not really there then.
Yeah, but the fiber optics are kind of like going in all the different directions. So you can see in all the directions.
Oh, so it's an upgrade.
Yeah. Upgrade.
Oh, this couldn't have anything else on it? Just 11 light res? Come on. Need some life on it or something. Ooh, shadow bow. Why did everything have to roll low? It's got everything on it. Come on.
Plated belt, mask of crap. I don't want those things. Look at this jewel. It sucks. Doogie brains. Oh.
Oh, I still love that this was the first 99 GGM on the ladders. I'm pretty sure that's why I never got rid of her. I think the last Sork I have to kit out is a Fire Sork. But I have to do it in a ladder. I can't just...
It totally is a real thing, by the way. There's actually people that look like werewolves. Some sort of genetic disorder.
It's locked.
They get hair growing all over their whole body.
Bob.
What? You said Jeff? Oh, punching me in the winter. Not in the winter. Will I ever get a stupid SoJ? I don't know.
Nope.
I don't know. Will I ever get a stupid SoJ? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Does your mama have hairy toes? Hairy toes. Hairy toes. I don't know. I don't know. But I felt something brush across my leg last night.
I need a key.
Must switch up to music. Switching up to music. Amulet. Medallas. Snare. Sucks. There. Look at that. Some blood fists. I don't want those either. You can all stay underground because you suck. I'll be blasting Christmas music soon. I want to come in here. It's going to sound like a cheesy radio station. They probably got a Christmas thing up there right now. Let's go look and see if they got some cheesy Christmas music. The cheesier the better.
Please, no.
Oh, Xmas, look at this. Cheesy Christmas music, go.
Perfect?
Perfect Christmas music? What?
There's no such thing.
Yeah, there is. Die Hard music.
I retract my previous statement.
I'll argue people to death about Die Hard being a Christmas movie. I don't
It
even
is.
care.
There's nothing anybody can say that will ever change my mind.
It's totally a Christmas
It
movie.
is also the best Christmas movie.
What part about Die Hard is not a Christmas movie? Like, please, like, for those of you who don't think Die Hard is a Christmas movie, please explain. Like, what part of it is not a Christmas movie? That's the question I got for you. Like, what does Christmas movie normally have, right? Family get-togethers, right? Okay, so everybody's getting together for Christmas. Check. Because what is he going to do? He's going to visit his wife and his child, and he's going to reconcile with them. All right. What else do Christmas movies normally have? Christmas parties. Very common thing in Christmas movies. What does Die Hard have? Die Hard has a Christmas party, which is taking place in Nakatomi Tower. So again, check. Family reunion, check. Christmas party, check. Okay? Now, What else does it have which makes it a Christmas movie? Well, in Christmas movies, a lot of the times, families will get together and bond with each other in a way that makes, that bond stronger than ever, right? Allowing them to find a new sort of, inner family peace with each other, right? Well, in the beginning of the movie, the main character and his wife are estranged, and they do not like each other. And our main character spends the majority of the movie saving his beloved, which then endears her to him, creating a bond as such in just about every Christmas movie. So he then achieves the goal that he's looking for. They get back together and they have Christmas together successfully. So again, how is it not a Christmas movie?
They all lost and they know it.
How is it not a Christmas movie? Totally a Christmas movie. It's totally a Christmas movie, and you guys know it.
It's locked. I need a key.
It's funny because even the company is, the Nakatomi Tower is owned by a Japanese conglomerate, and the Japanese conglomerate is trying to be more American, which is why they're throwing the Christmas party in the first place. So, even that part of it is hilariously Christmas. And then you even have the cop who's working on Christmas Eve. That's the, I know his name's not Winslow, but Winslow.
It's Winslow.
It's totally Winslow. Winslow's working on Christmas, and he's talking about his family. Santa Claus would totally approve, okay? Heck, if Santa Claus were there, he'd participate. He would have helped out. He would have provided some C4.
Yeah, he would have stopped time. Because, that's what he does. Get all over the world.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. We don't even know. Maybe he helped out our intrepid Christmaseteer.
Yeah, he helped get rid of Severus Snape forever.
Mm-hmm. Severus Snape. Snape, Severus Snape, Severus Snape, Severus Snape, Severus Snape, Snape,
Dumbledore.
Severus Snape, Severus Snape. Yeah. Bruce Willis would have got a little package and would have wrapped up, and he would have opened it. I'm like, oh, thank you for the C4. I just want one SoJ ring. I know you're not Santa Claus, my friend, but if you could give me one SoJ, I would stop murdering you over and over again. When's the next ladder? December 6th, the same day as Path of Exile 2. Early access. I did learn something rather silly. Apparently early access characters are not going to have... You can't keep them, basically.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
They're just going to be in their own little world. And when the game actually launches, you're going to have to, restart from the beginning.
Yeah, they don't want to give anybody a head start.
I mean, I get it, but, that's a non-league character anyway. It's not like it's a league. It's a different story.
Not here.
Oh, rare legendary mallet. That's so rude. clear speed on faux paladins is ridiculous.
I am overburdened.
Yep. Amazing characters. Somebody asked me once, they were like, do I need to level up as something else instead of the North Star Smiter? And I'm like, no. Well, you could literally just do North Star Smiter the whole way through. Like, you could just, you're fine. Like, you're fine.
I'm not even North Star on this guy. I just put all the MF gear that I would normally put on a Hammered In onto a faux paladin. I have like 40 unused points right now. Just sitting there. Doing nothing.
You want to play, but you don't want to make a character twice? What do you mean? For Path of Exile? Or for D2R? I mean, you gotta get past the whole, like, having to redo your character thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, some games are like that. Like, I'll admit, some games are, like, super complicated, and I don't want to have to go through everything again. Has happened before. I mean, Diablo 2 is definitely not one of them. I like making characters.
Ooh. I like facets.
It's actually,
I like 5/4 fire facets. Those are nice.
it's actually boring to me to, like, once the character's leveled up and established, like, a lot of the times I just want to go start another character.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, let's do another one.
Ginger, one of these ladders we're gonna have to move as fast as we can.
Move as fast as we can.
Get the squad in there and see how fast we can get through the game.
I mean, doesn't that pretty much just revolve around, like, having a sorceress teleport and die a bunch of times?
Oh, I mean, I got that in the back. It's fine. I'll be
I mean, we
level
usually make it to
25
hell
now.
on the first day, like, no problem anyway. Not even going, like, as fast as we probably do. I mean, obviously, if we pick not substandard builds, which is like a whole thing, so obviously, you know, don't do my two-handed paladin. Okay. Like, some guy came in one season, I was like, I did like a two-handed paladin, and he was like, you guys are so far behind. He's like, the other streamers are already in hell, and they've already killed, like, the Ubers, and I'm like, are they on two-handed paladins? He's like, well, no, one's a Hammered In, and one's a sorceress, and I'm like, so there are no two-handed paladins then.
Oh, so you mean they're doing the meta?
So they're doing the easy. They're doing it the easy way.
Oh, I understand now.
Oh, okay. All right. So they're not doing it the hard way like me. I was like, let me know if one of the streamers gets a two-handed paladin up there, and he's actually contributing to the group and not just being carried. What's up, Charsky? I mean, I'm at the point now where literally I pick more difficult builds and classes specifically because I want a challenge. Like, I seek to elongate the fun, if that makes any sense. Like, I enjoy the level up process and, like, getting from start to finish, and I don't want to get to the finish really quickly because that most of the fun is on the way. It's the journey. Most of the fun is the journey. So I seek to elongate the journey. Like, I deliberately choose, like, things that are going to be more difficult because I want it to take longer. I mean, if I wanted to go quickly, I could, but that's not what I'm trying to ever do. Like, I'm trying to go the other way. I want to make things slower. I want it to be as slow as I can get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to like be crawling on my hands and knees through Act 1 normal difficulty, but I mean, the game is so easy already for me that I could probably do like a punch barb through the entire game if I wanted to. It's
Yeah. It's honestly not that hard. Can some fights be difficult? Yes, but doing it actually isn't that hard.
I actually stopped playing my North Star Smiter. You guys notice I haven't played him in a while. You know why I don't play my North Star Smiter? Because he was too easy. It was too easy. Dude, it was like running with cheat codes. I never played a character that was that easy before. I've played Hammerden and I've played Blizzard Sorceresses and I've done the Nova Sorceresses and seen how fast they are. I don't know. Like, I mean, there's one thing. There's like, you know, like clear speed builds and there's like, you know, boss killing builds. And then there's the frickin' North Star Smiter, which didn't care like about anything. He was clear speed and boss killing speed. He could literally kill bosses as fast as any boss killing character, if not even faster. I mean, like pure smiters set up with griefs and like full CB equipment and like are still like just as fast, if not the North Star Smiter was a little bit faster than them most of the time. And then like clear speed, as long as they weren't doing like cows or something stupid like that, like they had absolutely no problem with clear speed either. It's stupid. The game was it's like a cheat code class, cheat code build, and it was a hell of a lot more fun to play than Hammerden too. Oh, my Merc's dead. That would explain why the monster is smacking my blue cheeks.
I need to farm some keys.
Return to D2R. I never left. I never left D2R.
It's just a pause. That's all it ever is. Don't truly leave D2R.
Never leave D2R. I should be saying the opposite. Thanks for returning to my channel.
Oh, is this it? This is it, isn't it? Oh, no. Okay. Blue Monarch from Diablo? J-Mod? Of course not. Let's go see what I got for keys. Excuse me. I got a Uber Paladin I haven't brought for a run in a while. And I miss him. He is super kitted.
Just not a fan of D4. I mean, are you a fan of me?
Oh, I need a key of hate. I don't have a better pally torch than that?
What?
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, it's on my... I know I don't have a better pally torch than that. It's on my...
I should think after like 2,500 plus Diablo 2 videos that I've garnered a little bit of trust. You're like, hey, maybe I can trust this guy's decision making skills. Nope.
Alright, so I need to go get a key of hate.
Ooh,
Alright,
Rune
time to go
Scepter.
farm Act 2 for a little while.
What is the Rune Scepter? Zacharim's hand?
Uh,
Oh, I just got a Zach's hand.
nice.
And a Viscer Tool.
Probably just this girl, right? The character that's nearly impossible to kill.
Star Smiter's pretty high up there on that list. 75% block chance, like over 14,000 armor. 75% all resistances. He doesn't die to very much.
Max energy shield. with an
really.
insight and prayer and meditation.
I don't really think those are invincible builds. If you set them up as a mortal sorceress, that's one thing, but like, there's always something that knocks your shield down, and in that brief period of time, you are highly vulnerable. Especially when you go max energy shield, because then you have like no HP whatsoever. No one gets a free pass. I have no idea what that even means. No idea what that means.
I am overburdened.
I don't know if I have. I'm pretty sure I have Gorefoots already. I should have Gorefoots. If I don't, oh well. Frosty the Incinerate? Sounds... What? Mobilytics? What is Mobilytics?
Like a build guide place.
Good day.
Is that the one Crip uses? Or he's a part of? I think that's the one Crip's a part of.
Oh, Criparian?
Yeah.
Kind of been ignoring that. I think I watched one of his videos one time and he was like talking about how bad it was like Udijo was going over like mechanics from D4 and he was like, yeah, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Udijo was not wrong about anything. He was like just telling you like every single thing that Udijo said, he was like, that's wrong, that's wrong. No, I don't agree with that, that's wrong. I was like, oh. Yeah, I'm not watching this, Joe. I'm not really like, I don't really care about Wudijo either, but, I mean, he wasn't wrong. And to watch somebody sit there and like tell, like, his entire community that Wudijo was wrong about everything when he wasn't, it was very telling. And I just kind of moved on. I haven't even thought about him since.
I need a key.
I remember I went to the comments and I looked, and even his his viewers were like, "Dude, Wudijo's not wrong. Like, love you, bro, but."
Yeah, Woody is a very, very big numbers guy. A lot of mathematics in what he does.
I mean, he's all right. Like, his stuff is dry. It's boring, but I mean, it's there. Mechanically, like mathematically, it's there.
Yeah.
I don't think I would want to like watch. If I was a viewer, I don't think I would want to watch it full time. It's a little too dry for me. I mean, granted, he doesn't have to be like me, singing songs and like making fart jokes all day long, but a couple fart jokes might not help. Okay, a couple fart jokes might not help. I mean, might not hurt.
I just get one key so I can go to a torch room? It's been a while. I haven't dusted off my Uber Smiter in a while.
There was some guy talking smack about me on Reddit, too. In one of my videos, I talked about how Bone Spear can pierce like basically an infinite number of targets as long as it's
I am overburdened.
as long as they're within range of the actual skill. And he's like, "This is not true. Bone Spear only pierces 5 targets and no more." And I'm like, it took me like 2 minutes. I went to Maggot Lair, lined up like 10 monsters, fired 1 Bone Spear through the monsters, held my mouse over the 10th monster, watched his HP go down, and posted a picture of it. And I'm like, so it doesn't pierce 5 more, it doesn't pierce anything more than 5 monsters, huh? So why did this monster 10 monsters back get hit by Bone Spear? Sometimes people just like talking crap.
Yes. That is a fact.
Now, in his reference, he was using a PvP reference, and he said that in PvP, when you have a druid with a full army, that the Bone Spear won't hit the druid sometimes, because when they're telestomped together, they function as like one giant unit, and so if there's more than 5 wolves, a lot of the times the druid won't get hit. And I'm like, well, that may very well may be the case, but that doesn't mean that Bone Spear can't travel further and through more monsters and still hit a certain number of monsters on the other side. You're talking about something that only happens in PvP. Like
Yeah,
the
you're
only
talking about actually a bug.
yeah, the
where
only
that's considered.
well, the only time
like-
that occurs is in PvP. Like you can't have like 10 or more monsters stacked on top of one tile, except for in PvP. And he was taking a PvP example and trying to apply it to the rest of the game, and that's just not how it works.
No.
Some things that happen in PvP are only in PvP. In fact, there are specific restrictions that occur in PvP. Like, you know, like PvP specific rules and damage reductions, and like, you know, like thorns not reflecting the way that it reflects in PvE, and so forth and so on. And for all we know, there could be some sort of very specific PvP rule that states, like, I don't know, like when a Bone Spear hits a pack of telestomped monsters, like it stops at 5 or something. It could also just simply be a game limitation that when you have a certain number of monsters stacked in one location and you fire off a Bone Spear into the stacked monster pack, that maybe the Bone Spear can only hit 5 of them at any given time. But as soon as the Bone Spear travels past the pack, it should be able to hit more monsters past the pack that are not on that individual tile.
It does.
And so, like, it's just stupid information.
Like you could have even used his own logic against it. Like if you have a telestomped druid that you hit with a Bone Spear, if they teleport into the line of that Bone Spear, the 5 monsters that got hit will get hit again.
Yes. And I even quoted, like, Amazon Basin. I'm like, Amazon Basin specifically says that it continues to hit any monsters within the distance of the ability. Like, you can pull it up on Amazon Basin. So if you type in Amazon Basin Bone Spear, right? Literally says on Amazon Basin, it says, Bone Spear excels in tunnels and corridors, but like Inferno and Arctic Blast, is best aim at a distant point to ensure the trajectory is through all intervening targets. Spear will hit and pierce every target in its path until it expires. It has a sufficient range to hit any target on the visible screen. And when you test it, it's very obvious that it is capable of hitting any target, like in the line, as long as it doesn't expire before it finishes. I don't know what the maximum range on it is. But if you have a line of monsters lined up from yourself all the way to the maximum range of the ability, and you fire it, they will all get hit. There is no accuracy, like, you know, formula, so it hits 100% of the time. And on top of that, it continues to hit targets the entire duration of its flight. So it's just going to hit every single target in that flight. And the post was stupid, too. Like, he was talking smack about something that I was right about. And he even admitted that I was right, but then pulled out a bunch of, like, really stupid examples. So, So my point is that magic damage, while it is amazing, because most monsters have no magic resistance, the main problem with magic damage is that you cannot increase magic damage further than what it normally states, because there's no way to get negative magic resistance. And my example was, like, for instance, if you go fight over Diablo, who has like a 70%, magic resistance, well, then you're pretty much just screwed. I think it's like 75, actually. Or if you're trying to bring a monster down below 0%, there's no way to bring a monster below 0% magic resistance, even if they have no magic resistance whatsoever. And he's like, well, Ginger is technically correct. In earlier versions of the game, and in modded versions of the game, there are ways to bring down resistances for magic. I'm like, so no, you can't bring down magic resistance in the actual Diablo 2 Resurrected online. I was like, I don't know why you're bringing up, like, patches from, like, 1.07 and modded versions of the game. I'm gonna start punching you. I was like, that's a really roundabout way to say that I'm correct, while also somehow still throwing shade on me anyway. And then proceeded to say that I was also wrong about Bone Spear piercing targets. And I'm like, a child can go into Maggot Lair and show that you're wrong about it piercing targets. Like, you can literally just line up the monsters in Maggot Lair, and you can watch the 15th monster back get hit by Bone Spear. Like, what is this exactly?
Yeah, he's the guy who talks about the exception to the rule. The rule is the rule. Is there an exception to the rule? Yes.
I mean, there is. I mean, there is no exception. There's no exception to the magic damage rule.
Oh, no. There's no exception to that rule in this game.
But my point is that magic damage, while it is amazing, is always outclassed by elemental damage, because elemental damage can be reduced to 100%. So, for instance, like, if you're a fire sorceress, and you both have, say, like, magic damage is like a 5300 magic damage, and you have a 5300 fire damage, I can bring my fire negative resistance below 0. You can't bring your magic below 0, which means I'm always going to out-damage you at some point. If my gear is good enough, if I can squeeze enough negative resistance in, I'm going to be able to out-damage you, and you won't be able to keep up. Which is why Bone Spear always falls behind, because as amazing as Bone Spear is, there's no way to increase the damage output past, like, the maximum output. Like, once you get to the maximum output of the skills, that's it. Like, there is no increasing it any further. Whereas, like, a fire skill, on the other hand, like if I was doing Fireball, or let's use something similar, like, I don't know, Blizzard, because Blizzard pierces technically, since it can hit like an entire pack. You can always increase the damage of it by getting cold skill damage, and you can increase the damage of it by getting negative resistance, bringing the monster down to negative 100, doubling the damage, and also increasing cold skill damage in basically any form that you can get as well. So there's like multiple paths that you can take. And you can also, of course, increase the skill level of Blizzard itself, which is a whole other path. And that's basically the only one that most magic damage users can use, is increasing the skill level of the abilities. What's up, Chippy Curse? Kai Crow said, I want to play D2, but it feels so meaningless right now. Any suggestions on what to do between ladder reset? I mean, working on theory crafts for builds is really fun and quite rewarding. You can, like, spend some time trying to figure out what kind of builds you want. And, I mean, you can start your single-player account. It's always nice to have a single-player account to play between seasons. I got plenty of videos up if you want to, you know, like, learn more about the game. I don't know what your level of knowledge is on the game. Obviously, there's always more to learn. I've got over, like, 2,000 videos up on Diablo 2, and I still don't know everything. Be wary of anybody who pretends they know everything about Diablo 2, because they're liars. Yeah, I know everything about this game. Yeah. Make sure you use that grief on your Vengeance Paladin. Grief is terrible on Vengeance Paladins, by the way. Don't do it.
No, do it. Bang your head against the wall, I want to watch.
Well, it's funny because grief is so powerful that, like, putting it on a Vengeance Paladin will still give you fairly decent physical damage. I mean, it's not going to be amazing, but you'll probably still, like, scrape through the game, just assuming that Vengeance is the worst skill ever. which is pretty funny. Meanwhile, I'm over there with my Vengeance two-hander, just like one-shotting everything. Dude, my Zeal Death Paladin last season was... I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I've tried a Grief Zeal Paladin, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, Grief didn't even come close. Like, I was double, if not higher, damage than Grief. Man, that is like the third Tarnhelm. 33% Tarnhelm. It's interesting too. So if you look at them side by side, like the frickin' like Death Colossus Blade, I think it was, actually does have like double the damage of a Grief. Death Colossus Blade. So like the Death Colossus Blade made a nice ethereal base is 405 to 801 on the two-handed damage. I was running around swinging that thing, and like monsters were just like exploding into little bits, like Half-Life 2, like Half-Life 1. That's pretty great. And the really cool thing is I found out that the Colossus Blade has the fastest two-handed weapon that you can use on a paladin. So I had like 4.25 attacks per second or something with the Colossus Blade because I was running Fanaticism.
It's too much.
For what?
That's too many attacks. You're not allowed.
No, I was actually doing some research into it, and I ended up finding out that like the two-handed swords had the fastest breakpoint for IAS on the Paladin. I don't know why it is. It just is. Like all the other weapons had lower breakpoints, and they were only capable of like 3 attacks per second or something like that. And once I found that out, I'm like, man, well, frickin' Death Colossus Blade is sounding pretty sexy right now. It was so fun because you know how the Paladin swings the two-handed sword? It's so goofy. He does like that big overhead swing.
Yeah, two-handed Zeal Paladins are ridiculous looking. Absolutely ridiculous looking.
And it makes that sound effect too. Boom, 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 boom.
You want to laugh while murdering everything in the game? You make it two-handed.
Dude, it was great. I loved it. Another skull cap? 2 Tarnhelms in a row? It's a 43% Tarnhelm. Better than the other one.
Just upgrading slowly but surely.
I got an ethereal Tarnhelm earlier too. Oh, rare War Scepter? I'll take that. Don't mind if I do. Gambled Tal Amy on your hardcore ladder today with the gold trick. Well, grats, Mitchell.
Yeah, buddy.
I see you got Grumpy Cat as your icon too. Grumpy Cat, oh Grumpy Cat, what have they been feeding you? So wait, no, that's Stinky Cat. I just mixed together two pop culture tropes. Oh, he's still grumpy. What do you mean restless soul? You think a grumpy cat like that is gonna just like pass on to the afterlife? Nah, he's still here. Being grumpy. Smelly cat. Cody's so dumb, bless his heart. My girlfriend doesn't like it when I talk about him being dumb. I had a milk bone and I brought it into the room for him and I threw it on the bed He was sitting right there. He saw me throw it on the bed, and I'm like, there's milk bone right there, and you could tell he could smell it, but he didn't know where it was. And I'm like, how did you not see it? I threw it literally right in front of you. Like, what were you doing? Spaced out or something? Like, and then he smelt it, and he was looking for it everywhere, but then he gave up, and it was like literally sitting right next to him, like touching his paw. And I'm like, you're not the brightest dog, is you? You is not the sharpest crayon in the box, is you? And she said, don't talk about it like that. I was like, well, sometimes he's not the smartest dog. I'm not being mean. It's the truth. Sometimes he's not the smartest. Sometimes he's a little special than he. I just want to SoJ. 6 hours of farming SoJs. Oh god. Where's my SoJ? Just give me one.